with that, a good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome back home to Wiscasset Speedway on this beautiful Saturday afternoon. And glad to have you here with us for Ames True Value Nema Night. This is the night each year where we test just how fast this little track can be. But first, we're going to start off with our Group 2 divisions. This is the Dale's Cash Fuel Roadrunners, first of two heat races to go along with their 25-lap feature this afternoon. And after these pair of heat races, we'll bring out the star of the show, the lightning fast Nema midgets. Heat number 1 lines up this way. Nelson Stevens in the 47, Logan Hall in the 13, Jason Meservey in the 57, Keegan Murray is in the 07, Jarity is in the 71, Dylan York in the 7X, and Kevin Greenhoff in the number 0F. And we got a muffler laying on the track on the front stretch just out of turn 4. So we'll make a call to the cleanup crew to get that taken care of. I believe that's a muffler sitting there. So in action tonight on Ames True Value Nema Night, we have all of our Group 2 divisions. We have the Roadrunners, as we mentioned. We also have the Wood Pellet Warehouse Late Model Sportsman. We have the TNL Automotive Modifieds. And how about this? Double features tonight for the Portland Glass Strictly Streets. And we got 28 street stocks in the house tonight. So they will be going for a pair of 30-lap features. And then, of course, the stars of the night is the Nema Midgets and Nema Lights. For the Nema Midgets, it's the Iron Mike Scravani Memorial. And as I said, each year when they come into town, we test out the track record here on Maine's fastest track. Set, of course, by the Nema Midgets, I believe it was 4 or 5 years ago, 12.875 seconds around this 3/8 mile track. And that translates to about 105 mile per hour average around this track. Now, as we're ready to go racing, as always, I'll turn things over here to my partner in crime, Nick Huff, who's already been busy here during the show. But, Nick, you're going to have to bail out early. We got a guest announcer hopping up in here later on tonight.
Yeah, I think the guy that's going to fill in for me might be built a little different.
Little energetic dude, isn't he?
Yeah, I got some other things that I got to partake in this evening, but definitely didn't want to miss an entire day, so I'm here while I can and gonna announce a few heat races, did some pre-race interviews, and having fun at Maine's biggest and fastest like always. The track is clear thanks to our Pro Bodyworks cleanup crew, and the first of two Dale's Cash Fuel Roadrunner heat races are about to get the green flag for the first time this evening, once again on Ames True Value Nema Night. And we thank you guys for being here 1 hour early. And we'll keep that pattern going. Make sure it's another hour early next week. Next week we start at 3 o'clock, so make sure to not forget it. 3 o'clock for next Saturday. It's Logan Hall in the 13X being chased down by the rookie Keegan Murray in only about his third or fourth race in a race car period in that 07. Third place is held down by the 0F, Kevin Greenhoff. Looks about like a 3-car breakaway. Greenhoff is certainly closing in on that top 2 pair. And Murray gets underneath Hall and takes over the top spot into corner number 3. Now on to lap 3. Greenhoff in the 0F follows suit, and Murray gets a little wishy-washy in turn 1. Both of them are fishtailing back and forth through turns 1 and 2, but they gather it back up, and now we got a 4-car mix. Dylan York in the 7X wants a piece of the action. The top two slowed up in turns 1 and 2 last time around and bunched up the top 4 for another little sprint here, but the top 2 are starting to pull back away as Dylan York makes the pass for third around Logan Hall, and they're coming to the halfway flags this time. Keegan Murray protecting that inside line, certainly paying attention to the rear view mirror and keeping that 0F from getting underneath him. And the 0F is a little sloppy in turn 3 that time, so he might fall victim to Dylan York now. Greenhoff in the 0F got sideways into turn 3, opened up the inside line for Dylan York, and they are still going at it side by side for second place with 3 laps to go now. Greenhoff is going to hold off Dylan York. Greenhoff clears and settles it back into second place. Dylan York third. Logan Hall fourth. Jason Meservey in the 57 makes up your top 5. 2 laps to go for Keegan Murray. Greenhoff resets and gathers in the leader once again. Looks to the inside, and there's contact. The 0F did not want to open up the inside line. We got a traffic jam in turn 3. Just before the white flag, so this race is not over yet. Greenhoff tried to get to the inside and was denied by Keegan Murray. Dylan York was settled in for a nice third place finish there, but his whole front end and hood has seen better days, and he heads down pit road. And the last man standing over there is Keegan Murray. They're going to put that caution on the pair of them, Keegan Murray and Greenhoff in the 0F, so the 0F goes to the tail with him if the 07 can get refired. Animosity already right off the bat with our first heat race. The Roadrunners are brought to you by Dale's Cash Fuel. With Dale's Cash Fuel, it's about service, quality, and trust. Their service is to provide the right products at affordable prices. They aim to deliver them at a reasonable time frame to ensure that your home or space will be heated throughout the year. Their quality consists of experienced customer service representatives and drivers who are passionate about providing you with the best possible experience. They are always there to answer your questions and help you with all of your heating oil needs. With Dale's Cash Fuel, autofill services, and delivery options, you can trust that you won't run out of heating oil when it matters most. Check out Dale's Cash Fuel on the web to find out their delivery areas and current pricing for heating oil and K1. They even offer senior citizen and military discounts. Find it at dalesoil.com. Dale's Cash Fuel. Roadrunners are lined back up and ready to see the green flag once again for a green-white checkered. And a whole new pair on the front. Jason Meservey in the 57 and Nelson Stevens in the 47. The Norm's Used Cars Ford Mustang pulls off and we're going green. Logan Hall looks to go 3 wide, way up into the third groove. Jarity lets him have it. Jarity in the 71 falls to the tail. The lead is held down by Jason Meservey coming to the white flag. And 3 wide again. That's a good 3 wide battle for a second and third. The 0F wasting no time to get back up there. Kevin Greenhoff in the 0F. Wants one more shot coming into the final corner. Can he catch Meservey? The checkered flag is waving. Meservey takes qualifier number 1. And the 0F takes the grass.
Well, one for the underdogs here. This guy's been with this Roadrunner class from its inception 3 years ago, and this is just his second career checkered flag, both being heat wins. So give him a nice round of applause in the number 57 out of Warren. That is Jason Meservey, your heat winner. With our weekly points racing, with the way we do the handicap here, is heat number 1 is the low handicap drivers. That handicap is based on the drivers' points over the last 4 races. So the low handicap guys in heat 1, that fills the front half of the field, and the high handicap drivers, including top 3 from the most recent race, are all in heat number 2. That will fill the back half of the field for their 25-lapper today. Nema midgets are lining up in the staging area back on the backstretch wall, and then they'll be pushing out here after this heat race for their heat race competition. Lineup for this one has Kyle Enman, the reigning Roadrunner champion, in the number 5. To his outside, Jason Sears in the 11. The man to beat, though, has lately been that 0-2. That is Gavin Giroux, winner of the last 2 features in this division. Hayden Carver's in the 44. Trevor Jones in the 1. Silas Ham making his debut in the 37, and Eric Powell in the 5X will round out the field here for heat number 2 with the Dale's Cash Fuel Roadrunners.
And Ken, I did have a fan asking me just before race time today when the 350 Smack makeup race is going to be. That is going to be next week at 3 o'clock. Another jam-packed show with Group 1, as well as the Star Senior Tour Auto Racers and the 350 Smack Super Modifieds are going to have their rain makeup next Saturday at 3 o'clock. The 5X is coming to a halt at the top of turn 3, calling off qualifier number 2. We're having a tough time getting these Roadrunner qualifiers underway, aren't we? That 5X is Eric Powell.
Yeah, coming to a rest up at the top of turn 3 and 4. So they're rolling some help for him right off the bat. Hopefully just a push to get him in, but we'll have the ramp truck ready as well. Just looking at something under the front end suspension.
So next week is a little bit of a double header with our racing on Saturday at 3 p.m. Once again, the 350 Smack Super Modifieds will headline the card, but also the Vintage Senior Tour Auto Racers will join with Group 1. And then on Sunday, it is the Maine Vintage Race Car Association Summerfest from 10 to 3 with the Maine Motorsports Mobile Museum right in the pits for you guys to walk through and check out. Hall of Fame drivers will be in attendance for a meet and greet. Wicked Good Vintage Racers, the Senior Tour Auto Racers, are going to stay overnight and keep the action going on Sunday for a Summerfest. And the Atlantic Coast Old Timers, on-track sessions, kids race car rides, and much more for the annual Summerfest at Wiscasset Speedway next Sunday.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. Probably the most popular part of the day is at the end of the day at 2 o'clock when you do the kids' race car rides. A lot of the drivers, some of them even have 2 seats in the things, and give you guys a chance to take a ride around Maine's fastest track. Of course, they won't crank them up to full speed, but they'll give you guys an opportunity to feel what it's like to hustle around this racetrack. And Summerfest also includes a cookout lunch from 11 to 1. So it's a good day. Not only, it's not just about vintage race cars. We'll have a lot of those here, but you'll be able to check out some of the current racers that run here at Wiscasset Speedway as well. They'll have their cars on display. So again, that goes from 10 to 3 on Sunday the 10th. So yeah, doubleheader weekend next week for you. All the details will be on our website, wiscassetspeedway.com. Race day schedule and information.
Hey, Ken, when you were talking about the vintage rides on Sunday, not, turning them up full throttle, if you do want an experience like that, we got all kinds of stuff coming up for next weekend. Thursday is when the Jeffrey Earnhardt Racing Experience is coming to Wiscasset, and you can ride in the passenger seat, or you can even have your hand behind the wheel and rent a ride as well.
Yeah, you can drive a late model, super late model, modified. All the information is on their website, so look up the Jeffrey Earnhardt Racing Experience. But here's a chance to put your money where your mouth is. Got a lot of professional drivers in the grandstands telling us how it should be done. Well, here's your chance to get out of the stands and show us. So come on down Thursday. They're here all day. You can book an appointment. You got to sign up online and schedule a time where you can come and drive a race car, or if you don't want to quite drive one, but you want to at least get a ride around this track, they've got a 2-seater as well. They'll do ride-alongs.
All right, so there's stuff happening this Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday at Maine's biggest, fastest. But here we go, looking for that green flag once again. Roadrunners, qualifier number 2, coming at you. Side by side, Kyle Enman and Jason Sears. And we got trouble in turn 1. The 44 taps the wall. Hayden Carver brings out the second caution. Contact with the 1 of Trevor Jones. Those two cars coming together, ending with the 44 into the wall, and the 1 keeps rolling. Mike Carlton, turn 1 and 2 official first on the scene. Up next on deck is the Nema Midgets qualifiers, 10 laps apiece for those, followed by the late models, then the T&L Automotive Modifieds, then the Nema Lights, and then the Strictly Streets, feature number 1. No heat races for the Strictly Streets, only twin features for our 28-car strong Strictly Street division this evening. Tonight's racing program is brought to you by Ames True Value Hardware and Supply at 447 Bath Road in Wiscasset. Discover top quality hardware supplies and expert services at Ames True Value Hardware and Supply in Wiscasset. Thank you to them for annually sponsoring our Nema night. There's Fast, and then there's Nema Fast, with the midgets and the lights in the house tonight.
All right, flatbed on the way for this number 44. Try to get that cleaned up as quick as we can. I do want to let you know that we are continuing our Fisher snowplow raffle. Sarah's over there at the table with that beautiful pink Fisher snowplow that we're raffling off at the end of this season. Tickets are just $5 each and will go toward our efforts to raise money for the Penn Bay Medical Center Patient Assistance Program. And got a little special today. The folks from Fisher Engineering out of Rockland have been nice enough to add in some prizes for us to give away. So if you buy yourself at least 6 tickets today, you'll get yourself a t-shirt while supplies last. And if you buy over $50 worth of tickets, then they've got a couple other larger prizes that you'll be able to take home. But again, you could walk away, well, not walk away, it's kind of heavy, but you could get yourself that pink Fisher snowplow ready for this next coming winter for as little as $5 and be helping out a great cause in the process. So thank you very much for helping out, and thank you to Fisher Engineering out of Rockland and Daisy Valley Racing for putting this all together with us. And of course, Penny is ramping up her raffles for our Race and Cancer fundraiser, which will be happening at the end of this month on Boss Hog Weekend. So once this is cleaned up, we're resetting, but they're shortening this heat race up to 7 laps. Or the last man standing, apparently. Now the Pro Bodyworks cleanup all taken care of, and let's see if the third time's a charm.
All right, 4 cars left, and the lights are out on the Norm's used cars pace car, Ford Mustang. Kyle Enman, Jason Sears, Gavin Giroux, and Trevor Jones. Let's see if they can go wire to wire on this one with a briefly shortened 7-lap qualifier race as the Nema midgets are waiting patiently pit side to come on track next. Kyle Enman with a car length on that side-by-side battle for second. Gavin Giroux on the inside, slowly picking away at Sears, and he clears going into turn 3 that time. As Ken mentioned, Gavin Giroux has won back-to-back most recent Roadrunner features in that yellow number 02, and he's closing in on Kyle Enman here for this qualifier. Maybe not. Kyle Enman seems to be keeping him at bay. And if Gavin Giroux continues to clip the curb like that and mess up his line, Kyle Enman is going to continue to put more distance between them. We're halfway now, getting a good green flag stretch going. And Jason Sears is not out of the mix just yet. That 11 is still lingering on the back bumper of Gavin Giroux, and if Gavin Giroux keeps it up high like that, Sears is going to take away the bottom. 2 laps to go for Kyle Enman, the defending champion from last year. Sears does get under Gavin Giroux. And they go tire to tire in turn 1. And the spot goes to Sears out of turn 2. Giroux back to 3rd, and the white flag is flying for Kyle Enman. Kyle Enman was the 2024 champion for the Dales Cash Fuel Roadrunners. He's got a couple wins this year, as well as Gavin Giroux. And he'll set himself up good for the feature. Dales Cash Fuel Roadrunners, qualifier number 2 goes to Kyle Enman, followed by Jason Sears and Gavin Giroux. And we are ready for the Nema Midgets on Ames True Value Nema Night. One more time before we send out the Nemas. How about a quick round of applause for Kyle Enman in the 5. And now it's time to pass things over to the voice of the Nema Midgets, Mr. Pete Falcone.
All right, Nick, thank you very much on behalf of the Northeastern Midget Association. Totally our pleasure to be back here at Wiscasset, as you heard some of the drivers when they were interviewed during our meet and greet earlier today, how much they love this racetrack, love coming here, always have it circled on their schedule, and this year is no exception. For the Northeastern Midget Association, our 73rd year of awesome open wheel racing, the longest running touring division of race cars in the Northeast. And the very first race here at Wiscasset for the Nema Midgets came way back in 1972. Bush Walsh was the winner of that event, and since then there have been many more as we make 1 or 2 stops a season here at Wiscasset. And this is our event for the Nema Midgets and the Nema Lights, as we described again during the meet and greet the difference between the 2 cars. These Nema Midgets that are about to be pushed off and started are true racing machines, produce almost 400 horsepower, burn methanol for fuel, no clutches, flywheels, or starters in these cars. That's why they are pushed to be started. Weigh under 1,000 pounds. The power to weight ratio in these race cars is staggering. And they turn some pretty fast laps around Wiscasset Speedway, and we're about to see that as they get going in their first qualifying heat, the first of 2 for the Nema Midgets, and then the Nema Lights will be out a little bit later in the program. Let's tell you who's out here in heat number 1, scheduled to go on the pole, is the number 49. The only main driver in the field today. That number 49 is Lee Bundy from Kennebunk, Maine. Bundy in the number 49. Veteran driver from Kennebunk. Outside of him will be the A1. That's Joey Bailey from Garnerville, New Jersey. In the A1 Automotive D&M CarQuest A1. His team car will start inside of the second row. That's the good-looking number 93, driven by Mike Horn from Ashland, Massachusetts. Another one of the A1 Automotive entries. Mike Horn in the number 93. Starting alongside of him will be the number 30, the man they call Dangerous, Paul Dangerous Scally from Raynham, Massachusetts, the Earth Movers Corporation. Dangerous Arms, number 30 for Scally. And the number 74, the current point leader and multi-time winner in 2025. That is Randy Cabral from Kingston, Mass. In the number 74, Randy, a 2-time winner. He's won 2 of the 4 races the Nema Midgets have had in 2025, and he'll start in the back in that number 74. Set to turn him loose for 10 laps. Nema Midgets, here they come. Green flag. Joey Bailey leaps to the lead in the A1 and starts to drive away. as Lee Bundy is drop kicked to the back in that number 49. Meanwhile, leader out of turn 4. Joey Bailey in the A1 being chased by Paul Scally in the 30. And just like that, add Randy Cabral to the mix in the number 74. Cabral runs third. Scally with a peek on the inside of Joey Bailey. Elects not to make the pass this time, as Bailey will lead that lap once again. Scally running the low groove, hoping to get a wheel up alongside that A1 of Joey Bailey in an attempt to take the lead away, but now Scally's got his hands full of Randy Cabral. Cabral right there in the 74. Looking to make a move, as they already are at the crossed flags halfway through heat number 1. It's been Joey Bailey all the way from the drop of the green flag. Scally for second, Randy Cabral third, and then the distant fourth is Mike Horn in the 93. Bailey continues to show the way. Scally just can't quite get up to the A1 and challenge for the lead. Bailey leads him by about 2 car lengths down the backstretch, coming around to get 2 laps to go. Here's Scally again trying to mount a charge, but Bailey just too strong. Out in front, and that A1 sees the white flag. 1 more lap to go. Maintains that 2-car length lead on the backstretch, and we'll see the checkered flag this time. Joey Bailey, the New Jersey driver in the A1, wins it. Paul Scally for second. Randy Cabral third. A distant fourth, Mike Horn in the 93. And fifth goes to the 49 of Lee Bundy. Well, Joey Bailey, as we pointed out during the meet and greet earlier today, one of those drivers doing double duty in both the Nema Lights and the Nema Midgets, notches one here in Nema in that A1. Started up front and never looked back. Wins heat number 1 for the Nema Midgets. As we mentioned, this being the 5th event of 2025 for the Nema Midgets. Randy Cabral won the opening race back on April 19th. Seems so long ago. April 19th at the Claremont Speedway in New Hampshire. Had a couple of rainouts after that, and then at the end of June, Avery Storr went to victory lane at the Waterford Speed Bowl in Waterford, Connecticut. Then Randy Cabral came back at Monadnock on July 20th, a show that was shared with the NASCAR Whelen Modified Tour. Randy Cabral, and then Avery Storr got back again to another win just last Saturday night at the Seekonk Speedway in Massachusetts. Winner of the Boston Louis Memorial Race, Avery Storr, a 2-time winner, and Randy Cabral, a 2-time winner. Let's see if we get a different winner or one of those to repeat today here when the Nema Midgets run in the Iron Mike Scravani Memorial Race. You know, we've talked about Iron Mike and the history that he has with the Nema Midgets, going all the way back to the days he was the operator of a truck stop on Route 1 in Rentham, Massachusetts. Started running midgets out of his shop up and down the East Coast with both Nema and ARDC. Some very famous drivers have driven the Scravani entries, and that's the latest Scravani entry right there, campaigned by Iron Mike's son, Mike Scravani Jr., and it's driven by Kyle Valeri, as we mentioned, doing double duty in both the Nema Lights and the Nema Midgets, as the Scravani tradition continues. Iron Mike passed away in 1983, was inducted into the New England Auto Racing Hall of Fame in 2007. His place in Nema and United States midget history is secure. And as we mentioned, his son, Mike Jr., carries on the tradition of Scravani racing. And this year, behind the wheel of the Scravani number 21, is Kyle Valeri from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Lineup for heat number 2 looks like this. On the pole will be the number 16, that Tiger-themed car for Matt O'Brien from Wilmington, Massachusetts, the Jim O'Brien and Sons Engineering number 16. Next up will be the 3M. That's the Jim Miller car, driven by Braden Egan. Egan from Ashford, Connecticut, in the 3M. 39 is Avery Storr, the defending champion of the Nema Midgets, 2-time winner in 2025. Avery has won the last 3 championships. He's won 3 out of 4 and is gunning for yet another one, and as I mentioned, a 2-time winner in 2025 in that brightly colored number 39, the Bertrand Motorsports car for Avery Storr. The 21, the aforementioned Scravani Racing number 21 for Kyle Valeri from Cape Cod, Massachusetts, in the number 21. And the 77 today being driven by E.J. Duville. Duville filling in for Jack Dumas, that normally drives the Mike Legel number 77. Starting lineup, heat number 2, another 10-lap qualifier for the Nema Midgets. Here they come. Green flag. Side by side out of turn 2 and down the backstretch, Matt O'Brien will maintain the lead from his pole starting position, but quickly up on the outside comes that number 39 of Avery Storr. Looking to challenge Braden Egan for the second spot. Gets a great run out of turn 2 and down the backstretch. They're side by side in the battle for second. Avery Storr on the outside. Braden Egan taking the shorter way around on the inside. Able to hold off Avery for the time being. They're both chasing Matt O'Brien, who's out in front. Things calm down in that battle for second, at least for the moment, as Braden Egan will sit there in the 3M with Avery Storr right behind him. Then you go back several car lengths to Kyle Valeri in the 21. He runs 4th, and E.J. Duville 5th under the cross flags. Halfway through heat number 2. Been Matt O'Brien from the start. Similar to what we saw with Joey Bailey in heat number 1. That front row starting spot really launches you to the lead, and that's the case with O'Brien, as he is out in front and maintains a couple of car lengths over Braden Egan, who runs second. Dropping off for that battle up front, Avery Storr. Storr in 3rd place. 2 laps to go this time. 2 to go for the 16 of Matt O'Brien. They'll see the white flag this time around. 1 to go for Nema Midget heat number 2. Matt O'Brien can hear Braden Egan behind him, but Egan not making the move to challenge for the lead, and Matt O'Brien will go flag to flag and win heat number 2. Braden Egan for second. Avery Storr 3rd. 4th will go to the 21. Kyle Valeri in the Scravani number 21, and limping off the racetrack at the end there, the number 77 of E.J. Duville. So now you've seen the Nema Midgets in their qualifying heats. You can pick a favorite for their feature, the Iron Mike Scravani Memorial Race, set to go later on in the program. They will go 30 laps in their special feature for the Nema Midgets. Nema Lights will be out in just a little bit, but for more of the Wiscasset racing, we'll turn it back over to Ken.
All right, thank you very much, Pete Falcone, and congrats to our winners in the heat races. And just to give you an idea how fast these drivers are hustling around this racetrack, Braden Egan set the fast lap with a 13.39 second lap in that heat race. Not really close to the track record that Avery Storer set here about 4 years ago, which was a staggering 12.875 second lap around this racetrack. But they will get a shot at it later on tonight, as Pete Falcone said. And we're ready to roll out our next heat races, and it'll be for the Wood Pellet Warehouse Late Model Sportsman. 19 late models in the house tonight, so they will run a pair of heat races to set the field for their regular 40-lap feature tonight. And we've got an interesting pair right on the front row for this one. And remember, this is all based on their handicap, their points from the last 4 races. And these two drivers met on the front stretch wall 2 weeks ago. So certainly no love lost between those two guys. Let's see if they can keep it on the wheel and keep things straight and turn a page in this one and hopefully bring it to the feature in good shape. The reigning late model champion Frank Moulton starts at the point in the number 15. To his outside, Randy Barker III out of Wilton in the 8. Dave Getchell is in the 88 with Brent Roy to his outside in the 26. Ashton Burgess in the 34. Nick Morton in the 00. Landon Tapley in the 52. Ben Nile in the 72. And Alex Walsh and Chris Burgess on the back row of this one. 10 cars going after it for heat number 1.
Frankie Moulton and Randy Barker setting the pace, and the green is out. Frankie Moulton clears. Randy Barker's in trouble. He's getting passed by a few cars there. Getchell gets by. Ashton Burgess gets by. Here comes Landon Tapley up the bottom in the 52. Frankie Moulton by himself as Getchell is in trouble. The 88 drops off the pace. They go 3 wide to get by him, and the rest is clean and clear. Ashton Burgess scoots up to second. Landon Tapley for third. Alex Waltz now looking to the high side in fourth. Chris Burgess is back in action after a month absence in the 47. He currently wraps up the top 5. And Frankie Moulton is checking out. A new to him ride for Frankie Moulton. And he said it's the very first distance car he's ever driven as well. He's looking pretty comfortable right now. The 00, Alex Waltz, slowly picking away at the high side of Landon Tapley. And he clears down the backstretch. Put the 00 into third. Tapley for fourth. Chris Burgess for fifth. And it's Sasquatch in the 52. Ben Nile wants a piece of the action in the top 5. Frankie Moulton turning 15.7s versus Ashton Burgess at 15.9. 15.7 versus 15.9 for Frankie Moulton and Ashton Burgess. Frankie Moulton certainly the class of the field in qualifier number 1. Ben Nile has moved into fourth. Chris Burgess gets by Tapley for fifth. Tapley in the 52 back to sixth. We got 2 laps left. Nick Morton in the 00 for 7th. Brent Roy in 8th. Randy Barker back to 9th. And the white flag flies for Frankie Moulton in the Survey Inc. number 15. Oh, he's trying her out up there, folks. He just went to the high side through 1 and 2 and through 3 and 4, seeing if it likes it up there to prepare for the feature. Frankie Moulton just purchased that car from Logan Melcher, and we are fortunate enough to have Logan Melcher in the booth. Do you know a little bit about that car, Logan? You happy to see it up front?
Oh, I'm ecstatic to see that car up front right now running the way it is. I can't be happy for Frank. I'm proud right now.
All right, he'll roll it into victory lane to grab the checkers, and they'll be starting at the pole for the 40-lapper today. In the number 15 out of Pittston. Nice round of applause for Frank Moulton. Sets the front half of the field. Now we'll bring out the high handicap drivers to set the back half of the field for their 40-lapper tonight. This includes the top 3 from the most recent race. And this one includes a few feature winners. The rule here at Wiscasset is if you win a feature race, you cannot start in heat number 1. So the heavy hitters end up here in heat number 2. Lineup for this one has Brett Osmond in the 05 coming off his first career late model win just 2 weeks ago. To his outside, already a multi-time winner in the 78, that is Tiger Colby. Colton Chabot coming back after a few weeks off in the 15. To his outside to be the 24, Jonathan Emerson. Your most recent winners in the 25, that is Will Collins. To his outside will be Pat Murphy in the 86. Chase Burgess in the 34. 5 of Steve Barker. Daniel Harding dropping all the way to the back of the field and lagging way back. That's your point leader.
We're going green. For the Wood Pellet Warehouse, late model qualifier number 2, and Tiger Colby clears Brett Osmond in a hurry, as well as Jonathan Emerson. They quickly run away from the 05 there. Tiger Colby and Emerson, bumper to bumper. Close quarters going into 1. Tiger Colby almost left the inside open, and he does again out of 2. Emerson finally fills the hole, and he's going to take command on lap 2. It's Jonathan Emerson. Osmond comfortably in 3rd, and then they're side by side for 4th. Glad to see the 15 of Colton Chabot back in competition, duking it out with Pat Murphy in the 86 right now for the top 5. And knocking on the door is last week's feature winner. Will Collins in the 25 now cracks the top 5. He takes 5th away from Colton Chabot and sets his sights on Murphy in the 86. Jonathan Emerson with a 15.6 versus 15.9 for Tiger Colby. Emerson really putting on a clinic here for qualifier number 2. Halfway flags are out. We got 5 laps to go. Emerson, Colby, Osmond, Patrick Murphy having one of the best runs of his career right now, looking stout in the 86. We got trouble for Will Collins. He pulls up to the high side, and the 25 heads down pit road. The most recent feature winner is going to sit on the sidelines for qualifier number 2 here with 3 laps to go. Colton Chabot makes up your top 5, and then we got the rookie, Chase Burgess, in only his 3rd late model race in the 34 car. 2 laps remain for Jonathan Emerson in the 24. 15.8 last time around. Emerson picking up the pace. 15.8 for the 24 coming to the white. Tiger Colby has slowed it down into the 16s for car 78. Wood Pellet Warehouse qualifier number 2 for the late models goes to Jonathan Emerson. Tiger Colby, Brett Osmond, Patrick Murphy, Colton Chabot make up your top 5. And once again, happy to see Colton Chabot back in competition in the 15, looking strong. So Frankie Moulton and Jonathan Emerson, your late model heat race winners. As the Norms Used Cars Ford Mustang heads to the backstretch to pick up the T&L Automotive Modifieds. Logan Melcher, do you know a thing or two about T&L Automotive?
I know about 3 things, to be exact, about T&L Automotive. Fantastic little shop in J Main. And the crew that works there, we're built just a little different. Some of us are built kind of normal. But we get some things done. And we also have a big obsession with racing and race cars. So we like to do what we can to help out our friends here at Wiscasset Speedway, especially the T&L Automotive Modifieds. Alrighty. My name is Logan, and I'm going to call this T&L Automotive Modified Heat Race. Up front on the pole, in the 89 car, we have Faith Cleaves. On the outside, the 03 of Gary Norris. I'm trying to get locations where they're from, but they're not popping up yet, so just bear with me. In the 44, we have none other than, pretty sure that's Meserve, Skip Meserve, Jeff Meserve. I thought it was Skip, got it wrong. In the 79, we have Scott Tucker. And then in the 5th position, we have the 1 car, Adam Chadbourne. Outside of him, the 6th position, the 87 of Chuck Colby. In the 7th position, the 58 of David Speedleaf himself. In the 8th position, the 77 Reed Reno. And then joining us at the tail end this week, the 83 of Dan Brown and the 09 of Ryan Ripley. Stacked up. Green flag is out. Faith Cleaves will lead them into 1. She clears Gary Norris through turn 2. She sets a 2-car length advantage down the backstretch. A little bit of trouble for Scott Tucker down the back. He drags Chuck Colby and Reed Reno to the tail. Faith Cleaves to lead lap number 1. Meserve comfortably in 2nd. Battling with Gary Norris, Adam Chadbourne. Chadbourne looks slow, thinks better of it. These Modifieds got a narrow nose. They look like they fit, but they ain't gonna. Oh, trouble into 1. Speedleaf, Gary Norris collect each other. Speedleaf through the infield. Chuck Colby around, Gary Norris around. Close call on the backstretch between Speed and Tucker. Yellow will fly. It looked like 2 guys just going for the same turf. And the laws of physics say that cannot happen. We have completed 2 laps. We have 8 remaining. We'll stack them back up. See if we can't go green to checker the rest of the way. When we go green, Faith Cleaves will lead them. I got a chance to drive that car. Nice piece of equipment that the Cleaves family have built there. I didn't last very long in it, but still got to have a lot of fun. I learned a lot about these Modifieds. They are much different. People like to compare them to a late model sometimes. They're like a super street without a body, and they run late model tires. It's the best way I could talk about a Modified. Fun little cars. When you go from a Pro Stock to a Modified, it's almost like you hit the slow-mo switch, but it's fun.
By the way, Logan Melcher, welcome to the booth. It's good to have you back up here, buddy.
Oh, thanks for having me back up here, Ken. It's almost like you know I love to talk and I like to get up here.
Yes. Keep the crowd entertained. And you know a lot more about what's going on in the seat of these things than I do. So I just pretend. People ought to know that by now.
It was a learning curve. When I hopped into Faith's car, number 1, seeing your tire. That was a strange thing to get used to. And the other thing I really learned with these is how slow the steering is. So like, you have to turn the wheel a lot more to make these do anything compared to what I'm used to in late model and Pro Stock. But enough about that. We are lined back up. Lights are out. We're going green. This is about the time that if you're smart and you're getting your driver pumped up, ready to go. Speedleaf rejoins us on the backstretch. The pace car's pulling off. Green flag is out. Cleaves and Meserves in turn 1. Cleaves with the advantage out of 2. She's going to lead him down the back. Chadbourne under Meserve for 2nd. He's looking to challenge these last 6 or 7. Oh, more trouble through 3 and 4. Reno gets sideways. He collects it. Everybody's still going forward. Ripley already up to third. Dan Brown up to fourth. Heavy hitters moving up through the field. Faith gonna have her hands full now, but she's battling strong. Her confidence is up this year and it's starting to show. Chadbourne looks high, can't make it work into one. He stays up top through two. Gonna lose a spot to Ripley. Pretty sure Ripley's first time here this year. He's gonna be on 4 fresh sneakers, that'll help. Halfway through, been all cleaves. Ripley looks high, can't make it stick. Looks for the crossover. Faith shuts the door into 3, not quite enough momentum yet. Advantage, still Faith. She's battling strong with the big dogs. Personally, I love to see it. Chadbourne slipping backwards into the clutches of Brown. Ripley gonna look topside into 3. He's got some traction, can't make it stick out of 4. Advantage still Cleaves. She's got that car sticking good today. She's battling strong. 2 to go, this time by for Cleaves. Ripley all over the tail, looking for any kind of daylight, some kind of grip. Cleaves washes up a little bit, gets it collected. Ripley right on the bumper as they take the white flag. 3/8 of a mile left in this heat race. Ripley looks high. Looks for the crossover. Faith protects the bottom, shuts the door. Ripley gonna look high again through 3. Been struggling to find grip on the top out of 4. He's gonna back it down. And your heat winner, Faith Cleaves, followed by Ryan Ripley, Adam Chadbourne, Dan Brown, Davey Gravy, Reed Reno, Chuck Colby, and Skip Meserve. And bringing up the rear, we have Scott Tucker.
Yeah, and like I said, we always love the underdogs, and Faith has certainly struggled the last couple of years. This is her second career checkered flag, both of them being heat wins, but first time she's had a checkered flag here at Wiscasset since 2021. So as she pulls in, nice round of applause for Faith Cleaves, your heat winner.
Like I said, man, it's all confidence. And that girl this year, she just has a different mindset. I'm at their trailer a lot, and just her focus levels and determination this year is just different, and it's starting to really show.
All right, thank you very much. Logan, going to have you step aside for just a moment, and we'll bring the Hall of Famer back into the room here, and so we can show us how it's done. As we roll out the Nema lights, once again, my pleasure to welcome back New England Racing Hall of Famer and my friend Pete Falcone.
Oh, Ken, thank you very much. I hardly show you how it's done, believe me. I'm in awe of your work, Ken, for years. So thank you. But yeah, the Nema lights are going to out here for their first of 2 qualifying heats. You notice the difference right away. These Nema lights are self-starting. They're about half the horsepower of the Nema midgets, but they're still pretty quick. Handling characteristics tend to be the same because they have the same chassis, but they do have clutches and starters, unlike those other Nema midgets. A lot of them run the Focus engines. About 180 horsepower. The clutches, starters add to their overall weight, but the chassis are basically the same. The 18th season that the Nema lights have been part of the Northeastern Midget Association. Here's the way they will line up. In heat number 1, the 88 goes off on the pole. That's Tyson Adamick from Salem, Connecticut in the number 88. Starting alongside will be the number 94, Tiana Kibbe. She's from Allentown, Pennsylvania, the Optrel Welding number 94. 55 goes next. That's Drew Eldridge from North Chelmsford, Massachusetts, the Eldridge & Sons Trucking number 55. Alongside the number 53 of Dylan Kutu from Griswold, Connecticut. Kutu in the 53. 17 will go next, the current point leader in the Nema lights, Kyle Valeri from Cape Cod, Massachusetts, the Valeri Construction Cape Cod Aggregates, number 17. And the 42 is R.J. Dighton from Rockaway, New Jersey, the R&D Services, number 42. And the number 7, the Jim Cataldo number 7, driven by Zach Martinez from North Kingston, Rhode Island. The CRG car, winner of the last 2 Nema Light features, starts scratch in this qualifying heat of 10 laps. Here they come. Green flag. Tyson Adamick on the inside goes to the lead. Tiana Kibbe gives chase, but the caution flag is out. And this is about getting them together for the start. So a false start there at the beginning. They want them to run together and not get on the throttle too soon. So they will close them up again for a complete restart. We'll try it again with Tyson Adamek and Tiana Kibbe in the front row. Drew Eldridge, who is the grandson of the original champion of the Nema Midgets back in 1953. The great Bill Eldridge. Drew Eldridge carries the tradition. He starts inside of the second row in that number 55. Green flag. They are underway. Now side by side on the backstretch. Tiana Kibbe on the outside. Tyson Adamek on the inside. Tiana drives in hard in turn number 3, and she will lead lap number 1. Tiana Kibbe was fast in practice, and she's backing that up with a big lead here in heat number 1. Tyson Adamek runs in second in the number 88. Third is Dylan Kutu in the 53. Drew Eldridge is fourth in the 55. R.J. Dighton fifth in the number 42. He's under a challenge from Kyle Valeri. Valeri gets underneath Dighton, and he breaks into the top 5 in that number 17. But right now, it's all Tiana Kibbe in the number 94. Oh, and trouble for Tyson Adamek in the 88. Off the pace as he drifts up the racetrack and slows down, gives up that second place run. Tough break for the Connecticut driver in the number 88. Cross flags. Halfway through heat number 1, and it's all Tiana Kibbe well out in front. Dylan Kutu runs second in a battle for third. Drew Eldridge in the 55, Kyle Valeri in the 17. Valeri trying to get up alongside and challenge for that third spot. Eldridge is able to hold him off as Valeri looks to the inside, can't make a move there. 2 laps to go this time, 2 to go. Tiana Kibbe by a half a straightaway. Dylan Kutu in a comfortable second. Drew Eldridge has now gotten comfortable in third as Kyle Valeri has given up the fight and will hold on to the 4th spot. And just a lap to go. Checkered flag comes out this time. And Tiana Kibbe will win it. Dylan Kutu for second. Drew Eldridge third. Kyle Valeri fourth in the 17. Fifth goes to R.J. Dighton in the 42. Sixth to the 7 of Zach Martinez. And rounding out the field, the number 88 of Tyson Adamek, who started on the pole, had some trouble in the middle of the race, but does finish in that number 88. That's the way they run in heat number 1 for the Nema Lights. The Nema Lights have run one additional event than the Nema Midgets. They had a standalone race at the Thompson Speedway back in July. So far, winners in 2025. Dylan Kutu won the opening event back at the Claremont Speedway in April. Mike Perniciglio won on June 28th at the Waterford Speed Bowl. Braden Egan picked up his first ever win at that Thompson Speedway race on July 9th in Connecticut. And then Zach Martinez, who we just saw in that previous heat, the winner of the last 2 events, Monadnock on July 20th and Seekonk last Saturday night for the Boston Louis Memorial Race. As heat number 2 takes to the track, here's the way they will line up. On the pole will be the number 35. That's Joey Bailey from Garnersville, New Jersey. in the Cabral family, number 35. Doing double duty today, as is the guy starting on the outside of the front row, Paul Scally, in the number 30. Inside second row, another double duty driver. Randy Cabral from Kingston, Mass., the defending champion of the Nema Lights. Alongside of him, a winner already in 2025, Mikey Pernasiglio from Ronkonkoma, New York, in the number 28. 59, Braden Egan, another double duty driver. The winner, as we mentioned, at the Thompson Speedway. And the number 98, Anthony Busili from Stoughton, Mass., in the number 98. Green flag, and they are underway for heat number 2. Oh, Scally and Joey Bailey get together right at the start. Bounce off of each other. That's why they call him dangerous. But he comes out with the lead in the number 30. Paul Scally out in front. Randy Cabral for second. Braden Egan to third. And Joey Bailey shuffled back to the fourth spot in the number 35. Fifth will be Mike Pernasiglio in the number 28. Big lead for Scally in the number 30. Scally was a winner here. The first of 2 races at Wiscasset last year for the Nema Lights. Scally was the winner back on June 1st. Certainly knows his way around here. And has a strong lead in that number 30. Randy Cabral for second. Braden Egan in the 59 is third. And the 35 of Joey Bailey, fourth. Mike Pernasiglio, fifth in the 28. Just past the halfway mark. Paul Scally continues to show the way around. Big lead for that number 98. Similar to what we saw in heat number 1 with Tiana Kibbe. Scally able to drive away from the rest of the field. Cabral is second. Braden Egan is third in the 59 with 2 laps to go. Cars are pretty well spread out right now. As the white flag will go in the air. One more lap for the dangerous one. Paul Scally out in front. And we'll see the checkered flag this time. A win for Scally. Randy Cabral for second. Braden Egan is third. Joey Bailey holds on for fourth. Mike Pernasiglio will be fifth. And sixth will go to the 98 of Anthony Busili. And that's the way they run in qualifying heat number 2 for the Nema Lights. Racing later today in the Jim Chippy Susi Memorial Race for the Nema Lights. They will set the lineup now for their feature event. That'll come a little later in the program, Ken.
All right, thank you very much, Pete Falcone, and we'll get the Nema Lights back out here in a little bit, as you said, for their special memorial feature race as well. We've got our first feature. We just had a little power glitch. Sorry. We got our first feature of the evening rolling onto the speedway coming out next. It will be the Portland Glass Strictly Streets. I guess they're throwing a couple last-minute cars on the tail end of the field, and actually give me a chance to Alexa Lee, go to the Kids Club table, please. Alexa Lee to the Kids Club table. I want to thank our friends from Ames True Value Supply out here on Route 1 in Wiscasset for sponsoring Nema Night as always, and Wayne and Peg Averill and the entire staff over there at Ames True Value, always happy to serve, always. And we always say, if a place like Ames Supply, if they don't have it, you don't need it. They've got their pet department alone is bigger than most of the places like Pet Quarters and stuff. They've got pretty much anything you need. They've got a full, complete tack shop if you're into the equestrian stuff, the real horsepower stuff, Logan. But they're always adding on. They've got a great rental department. They've even got a dog wash out in the front of the building, 24 hours open there. So be sure to make sure you stop by and see the friends over there at Ames True Value and thank them for sponsoring. And they're one of the sponsors here at Wiscasset Speedway, and always happy to bring you Nema Night, and actually the presenting sponsor next week of our 350 Smack Super Modifieds. The Flappy Birds coming back to Wiscasset for their makeup race next weekend.
I wonder if Ames would let me bring David Greenleaf over there, give him a scrub in the dog wash.
They look like they cleaned him up pretty well today.
I know, first time in like 8 years I've seen that man, like his whole face without a beard on it. He's done good. He's a whole new man this year. He's got driver of the month. He's winning races.
He's turning into a responsible adult. What happened?
I don't know. I'm for it though.
When are you going to turn into a responsible adult, Logan?
I'm getting there. I think I'm almost through my teens mentally. I promise this weekend that I'm going to be quiet. I'm not going to break your equipment this week. Up here, I'll be a good boy.
Well, and here's a chance for you to talk for a second about how your season has gone. You got a couple wins. You're the point leader, and things are looking pretty good first half. I know you had a meeting with the backstretch wall midway through the season, but other than that, it's been pretty good.
Yeah, I found a sway bar in turn 1 and 2, and then right after that I found the wall, and that was actually the hardest hit of my life. That was quite an impact. But like I've said before, Jeff Taylor, he gets that car rebuilt every time, and I'm having a dream season, man. I got multiple wins for the first time since 2019, leading points for the first time in pro stocks, and I'm having a battle for the championship with one of my best friends, Hinkley. McCaig's always right there. You can't count him out. Kelly Moore's sneaky. He's going to sneak into this battle. Matty Beers isn't out of it. I mean, it's going to be good. The pro stocks, I think, are a great class to watch right now.
Yeah, and to add a little thing into the whole mix, because of the rainouts and the way things are working out, you guys are looking at double features on championship night.
Oh, yeah. Trust me, I've been stressed about that since I found out. But at the same time, the way I see it, double features on the last race, double features, say, next week. It doesn't matter. You're still having 2 features in one night. It don't matter where it falls. But the stress factor just lasts until that last week. And I feel like when you're the point leader, you can never have a big enough point lead.
Correct, because one bad night can certainly turn the whole thing around. So, but I'm glad you're doing all right. And yeah, you've been in some great battles with the likes of those guys, and you got some up and coming. Daniel Harding came in here and
dude, what a missile
last week and dusted all of you guys. So
he shellacked us. I'm trying to think of some ye olde racing terms for beating him, but
Charlie Colby coming back with a podium at 71 years young. So
Will Collins had a strong run.
Yep.
And there's a lot of just newcomers that were up front last week.
Yep. So Pro Stocks will be part of the big show next weekend. As Nick mentioned a couple times, we're going to be starting it even earlier next week. I believe we've got 9 divisions of racing next week because of the makeups and stuff. And
that'll be busy.
Our 5 regular divisions. We've got a couple of Senior Tour auto racers. We got the 350 Smack Super Modifieds. So actually 8 divisions of racing. I got a little ahead of myself. But that's all happening next weekend. The pit gate will open up at 10 o'clock. The grandstands will open up at noon. And 1 o'clock for the general admission. And then green flag will fly on all the action at 3 o'clock next Saturday. Rolling out the Portland Glass Strictly Streets. As I said, we got 28 of them in the paddock today, and they are running double features this evening.
So you're saying we have 28 in the first race?
28 in the first race. Let's see how many we can bring to the second race. And they are lined up by their handicap, which is their points from the last 4 races. So the heavy hitters are in the back of the field. So you're going to be watching some guys making hay out in the third groove tonight.
I got a feeling you're going to see a yellow number 40 teeing her high and letting her fly up there.
Yeah, he and Lightning McQueen is back in the house tonight too. So
Tell you what, my little boy, he saw that car on the track and he was ecstatic. Made sure I dressed him up in Lightning McQueen today, and once he saw that, he was a whole new kid.
all right, ready to go. Brady Romano's in the 78, Donnie Fletcher in the 88, Matt Venot in the number 98, Amara Parker in the number 3P, Dan Morton in the 00M. Dan picking up a heat win, first checkered flag in 25 years 2 weeks ago. Ethan Dinsmore's in the 8X, Chuck Wagstaff in the 31, Joe Harriman in the 20, Justin Gallu in the number 43, Ray Dinsmore the third in the 81, Ben Burgess in the 7B. He's already a feature winner as a rookie this year. Ryan Easonsey in the 49, Andrew Glenn in the 57, Chaz Briggs in the 82, Scotty Wiggin in the 26, Zach Emerson, two-time champ and now your point leader in that purple people eater, number 23. Sean Emery in the 13, Dale Lawrence in the 2, former champ Mac Hannon Jr. in the 08, Landon Tapley in the 25, Cowboy Dan Trask in the number 3. Then you've got Scott Eck in the 27, your most recent winner. Josh St. Clair in the 95, making his Strictly debut. Matty Mingo in the 12, Mike Delano in the 27, Clyde Hennessy in the 2X, Phil Main Jr. in the 99, Dan McCaig Jr. in the naughty 40. Dan's got a star shotgun on the field, although a couple guys waving him by. McCaig, compliments of his tech penalty, has to start deep in the field. And I think, are we going this time? Yeah, lights are off on the pace car. What do you say we go street stock racing? 30 laps ahead for the Portland Glass Strictly Streets. We got a green and we are off and running. Problems for Joe Harriman in the 20 and the 8X of Ethan Dinsmore off the pace too. Got a lot of jockeying for position mid-pack. Dinsmore up high and dropping out 4 wide out of turn 4. Everybody chasing Brady Romano. We got a couple cars going around, including your most recent winner, Scott Eck in the 27, and Landon Tapley in the 25. They're both on the podium. And that'll bring out the first caution as they were still trying to get pointed in the right direction as the leaders were coming down the front stretch. So that caution comes out with 1 lap in the books.
Boy, it's pretty wild. You get 28 of these things out there. You get a green flag. It's just chaos. Makes you feel like I'm iRacing. It's chaotic, but these guys are pretty good. We've all seen them go 30 cars out there for 50 laps in a shootout, almost green to checker, so they can do it. Just a little bit of incidental contact, couple cars go around, quick little break, quick little yellow, stack them back up. There's all kinds of changes in positioning, but our top 5 when we go green will be Brady Romano, Matt Venot, Donnie Fletcher, Dan Morton, and Chuck Wagstaff. Those are known in the pits, Uncle Dad and Uncle Punk.
We'll be taking our intermission after this 30-lap feature race. Kids, we're going to be holding a hula hoop contest in Victory Lane, so get those hips limbered up and going to have a little fun with the Ward and Son Builders Kids Club. I think Logan might be giving you're going to go down and show the kids, give them a demonstration on how to proper hula hoop?
Oh man, I'm a hula hoop champion, 1999. I can teach them all a thing or two. How to hoop a hula.
Scott Eck back on the track. Brady Romano and Matt Venot still up on the front row of this one. Then comes Donnie Fletcher and Dan Morton. Wagstaff and Gallu on row 3. As they bunch it up here for the restart. 1 lap in the books. Pace car will pull in, and chief starter Dave Sturgis ready to turn him loose once again. Green flag is out. Everybody getting through. Nobody jumping out 3 wide yet, but give them room over there in turn 3. And here comes St. Clair setting it out wide now in the 95. And Dan McCaig Jr. as well, deep in the field. But up front, Brady Romano with a lot of clear racetrack up ahead. Double wide behind him, about 5-6 rows deep. Romano trying to shake off his own string of bad luck the last couple races. Got T-boned pretty fiercely about 4 weeks ago. And Donnie Fletcher, that 88 car is a car that's been picking up speed over the last few races. He's had to start at the tail end of the field for the first 5 weeks of the season, but doing nicely in second right now. Front 4 out single file now. Ben Burgess making hay in that number 7B. Has advanced about 5 positions. Log jam from about 6 position back. And you got Mac Hannon in there in the 08, Chaz Briggs in the 82. The 23, Zach Emerson. As I said, those heavy hitters starting to pick their way carefully through the field. Venot jumps up out of line. He's off the pace and dropping out. The anchor is out on the number 98. Again, these guys normally run 25 laps, but they hit the 26 car bonus and jump up to 30 laps. Here comes Ben Burgess. Burgess has been working on the high side much of the race and takes the lead this time by to finish lap 10. Joe Harriman's been a winner as well in that number 20. And there goes Phil Main Jr. down pit road. Things starting to get strung out a little bit here now. Ben Burgess, the youngster who was the 4-cylinder pro champion the last 2 years. Action all over 3/8 Mile Speedway. As now Ben Burgess in charge. Harriman is now into second. That shuffles Romano back into third. Wagstaff fourth. Donnie Fletcher. Oh, trouble on the front stretch. Around goes the 8X. 27.52. Yeah, it looks like that one might have started with the 8X of Dinsmore and the 25 of Landon Tapley. Wiggin was trying to get out of the way. Here comes St. Clair running down pit road for work on the 95.
I think there's a forklift out on pit road right now about to get busy. Been a great race so far. Everyone's keeping it pretty clean considering how many cars are out there. Delano down pit road.
Yeah, window net's down on the 27. He may be done, but Tapley's got some left side damage on the 50, on the 25 that is. He'll head down pit road. Tapley coming off a podium finish 2 weeks ago.
Tapley has come a very long way in just a short amount of time. I think he's done it by running about 5 different cars the last couple years.
Logan, I got a car that needs to be moved. And one of the cool things, we got a lot of people here in the grandstands, but one of the problems that happens sometimes is people park in the wrong places. So I need the following car moved. It's a green Chevy Trax, license 559 KRS. Needs to be moved immediately, please. A green Chevy Trax, license 559 KRS. Needs to be moved ASAP, please.
I don't know about you, but I don't know the plate number on my own vehicle.
I always wanted, and only the old folks like me would know this, but I wanted my license plate to say BR549.
Why?
Junior Samples used car lot from the old Hee Haw show back in the 70s, so.
Now you sound like my old man. You can talk
your
about
dad
Hee-Haw.
would probably remember that.
He's a big Hee-Haw fan.
Junior Samples used car lot. Call them up at BR549.
Some of the heavy hitters, they're making their way through, man, but they're not making big chunks. It's just little bits here and there. McKay's moved up a bunch. Josh had moved up, but he gave it all back. And I always say, if you're going to pit mid-race, you have to make an adjustment that'll gain you back what you've already gained and then some. So it's a huge gamble.
Yeah, we're 2 laps short of halfway as well, so then we'll see if that gamble pays off. And great to see the large car counts for the street stocks, and we are, I know it's a couple months away, but they're already talking about the 13th annual Strictly Shootout presented by Thayer Competition Race Engines, happening on Saturday, September 27th. Already putting things together on that. We've even got our own Facebook page for the shootout now, so look it up on Facebook for updates and information. Dave Brannon helping out with that once again.
Pretty sure there's barbecue at the end of that one. I got to find a friend in street stocks.
Yes, there is. Yeah, Bingo's barbecue. Did you get any of Nick Morton's barbecue last weekend?
I got the scraps. That's all I was worthy of, because I had to spot for speed leaf, so he said I was a traitor. That was a great race, though. Super Street 100 was phenomenal. Clean, just a good race.
And a dominating win for Nick Morton.
And I was cool with that, personally.
Cars crossing up, but will stay under caution pace. $13 complete out of 30. Yeah, I think last year for the shootout, we only had 44 cars try to make the main event, so.
Small number.
Yeah.
I bet this year we'll hit 50. It's amazing how many Monte Carlos and Camaros are still out there.
Yeah. Everybody wants that cowboy hat, the belt buckle, and the barbecue, of course. And we gave away a shotgun that went with it, too.
That's pretty neat.
Josh St. Clair's won the shootout the last 2 years in a row. Pace car ready to turn in. Ben Burgess and Joe Harriman on the point now. They remain side by side this first time around. They'll hit halfway next time by the stripe. And again, we'll watch that outside lane to see if the likes of Emerson or McCaig throw it out 3 wide. 15 down, 15 to go. Little 2-car breakaway. Again, a pair of drivers that have already been winners this year. There goes McCaig throwing it out to the top side. Pulls it out around the top side of Justin Galliu in the 43. Dan Morton's there as well. Now he drops down to the low side and gets in behind Emerson. Front 3, front 4. out single file now. A lot of racing in behind that 81 of Ray Dinsmore. Chaz Briggs has been solid all year in the 82. And can't say enough about Donnie Fletcher in that 88. The kid's been hanging tough in that old Monte Carlo. Dave Sturgis has got the attention of a driver back there, but the attention up front goes to Ben Burgess. 10 laps to go now. Dan McCaig Jr. started this race back in 26th position, and McCaig is now up to 9th. Matter of fact, top 2 drivers in the division are side by side right now. Top 3 drivers in the division are all packed up together. Chuck Wagstaff having a day in the 31, trying to get his first career podium. Keep an eye on that group right behind Brady Romano, 78. Ray Dinsmore, Chaz Briggs, Mac Hannon, Dan McCaig, and Zach Emerson, all trying to get into the top 5 in the closing laps. We are headed into bonus time. 5 laps to go. Chaz Briggs on the high side of Brady Romano. Things still getting sorted out for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Ray Dinsmore off the pace in the 81. He'll pull it down pit road and keep this green. Good job from Dinsmore in the 81. Dan McCaig is in the top 5, but running out of time. 2 laps to go. White laundry flies, 3/8 of a mile to go. Can Chuck Wagstaff nail down his first career podium? Final time down through turn 3 and 4. Checkers ready to fly. Ben Burgess is a 2-time winner. Joe Harriman second. Quite a race from the Portland Glass Strictly Streets. Ben Burgess, the rookie, picked up his 2nd feature win of the season. Joe Harriman in the 20, good run for the runner-up. And Chuck Wagstaff in the 31, first career podium for that cat in that red number 31. So it'll be a celebration for his team. Chaz Briggs, a solid run in 4th as always. And Dan McCaig Jr. coming up from 26 to finish 5th. Here in race number 1. They're coming back later on tonight for race number 2. We'll have our Victory Lane celebration here, and then we'll turn the Victory Lane over to the kids for a little hula hoop contest to have some fun this afternoon, and then we'll bring out your spotlight feature of the night for the Nema midgets. Tech guys checking the good old durometer test on the tires there, and then we'll send them around Victory Lane Road here to celebrate with you guys. And one of the most unique Victory Lane setups you'll see in a racetrack around, especially here in the Northeast, as they will celebrate right here in front of the grandstands with you fans. Glad to have you here tonight on Ames True Value Nema Night. Be sure to support the businesses that support Wiscasset Speedway, and Ames True Value Supply and the Averill family, one of the longest running sponsors here at this racetrack.
All right, top three pulling into Victory Lane now. Street stock race number 1. Ben Burgess, your feature winner.
Yeah, as they get settled in down there, let's gonna thank this jumping in and filling in for Nick the rest of the show. Once again, let's send it trackside with Logan Melcher.
All right. You know, I heard a rumor this guy right here was called two-time champion. Now he's a 2-time street stock winner. And the kid's only a rookie. Here he is, Ben Burgess, winner feature number 1. The old 7B, she was cooking, she was cruising. If you want, man, we can do this interview with the helmet on. That'd be pretty neat. It'd be different. All right, Ben Burgess. We talked earlier this week, we were iRacing. I told you, I said, I'm probably gonna be in Victory Lane interviewing, and I really want you to be there. And you promised me that you were gonna be. And now here you are, winner. Took no time at all to get here. Tell me, man, how was the car, how was the race?
Of course I was gonna be. Logie Bear told me to, but yeah, we had to work for this one, unlike the last one. We started on the pole, and I don't know. But we gotta come from the rear of the next one, so we'll see how that goes.
I don't know, the way this thing was rolling. If I was on DraftKings, I'd put a $5 bet on it for sure. Now, you gotta have some sponsors, you gotta have some family. It's your second time here this year. Come on, kid, what do you got for us?
Yeah, Spence Group helps us out a ton. Winthrop Auto Parts, Tim Brackett, TJ Brackett. Oh boy. Kyle Humans Motorsports. Oh yeah, Bob. That guy is a legend. Fast Racing Fabrication. I think that's it. Oh yeah, Cole Watts, of course. Chris Burgess, Gerald Burgess, the usuals.
All right, Ben Burgess. He's a man of many words and many sponsors, and he remembers them all. All right, second place in your first street stock race goes to Joe Harriman. I've done a couple laps here in Pro Stock. Now you're here in street stocks, and it's starting to look like it's rolling pretty good for you. You got a win. You just finished second today. You were right on his tail. I mean, you weren't far behind. The car looked pretty racy, man. What do you got?
I didn't have nothing for him, really. I figured I'll save my tires a little bit for the next race. And I definitely have to give a big thanks out to my sponsors, Dave World, RM, Real Estate of Maine, Country and Coast, Real Estate, Peavy's Trucking, Creative Concrete. I got to thank Dave St. Clair, Ronald Gibson. I really got to give a big shout out to Jeff Burgess. I mean, he makes fast cars. And got to congratulate Burgess up there. He ran one hell of a race, and he got me. I couldn't get by him. I tried on that as soon as they threw the green, but there weren't quite enough grip out in the second groove. And Ragstaff, I mean, awesome job for him. That was nice, actually, being up front, getting away from all the caution, and we finished her out. And so I got to thank my brother for spotting for me. He does a really good job. My father, Richard, and Annette, Ames. I mean, I could go on. I got so many people that help me out, and it takes a lot to be here.
Oh, it takes an army to get a race car to the track, man.
I got to thank Wiscasset Raceway and all the fans for coming here. And it's awesome when you hear them and get a car and they're cheering for you. I mean, it's a great feeling.
Oh, I know that from experience. It is the best feeling in the world. Is that all you got for us, Joe?
That's all I got for us now. Hopefully I'll be back here soon and I can go on more.
Oh, I guess I'll see you in a couple hours then. Your second place finisher, Joe Harriman. And now, for his debut in Wisconsin Speedway Victory Lane, Chuck Wagstaff, let me be the first one with a microphone to welcome you here. It's nice, isn't it, sir?
This is awesome. This is awesome. This is what it's all about. We struggled. We didn't even know if we was going to make it to the track today. All the guys at Moe's Acre, none of this would be possible without any of them. We're all family. Anytime one of us has a little bit of success, it's successful the whole group. This is awesome.
Dude, it's awesome. And for this time, the success isn't your little nephew showing off and being the big dog. Now it's you. Now you get the spotlight for a little while.
Right, he does. He's got a big head. It's all swollen.
All right, what do you got, Chuck? You got a bunch of sponsors on this thing. You got a bunch of family. You got a pretty neat little spotter over there. What do you got for us?
I got to thank the Catherine Lita. I got to thank Will. I got to thank Campbell Woodworks. I got to thank Craig Luce. I got to thank Coastal Race Fab. James is like constantly putting pointers out to me. I got to thank Empty Can Painting, Todd. He's been amazing. And my brother at Moe's Custom, the biggest one of all. He was there with me all week. We were struggling trying to get this thing back together, and it's all worth it.
Yeah, you've had a couple of rough races, a couple of heartaches this year, and once you get a trophy, man, you get into Victory Lane, it's like you forget about every last one of them. It's a whole new season.
Yes, it is. I got to thank EM Wood Construction as well. I just picked them up as a sponsor this morning, so they're not on the car.
Hey, that's all right. They're still here in spirit, though, ain't they?
Yes, they are.
All right. Is that all you got for us, Uncle Punk?
All like that.
All righty. Chuck Wagstaff, debuting Street Stock Victory Lane. Your third place finisher in the first Street Stock race of the night.
All right, thank you very much, Logan, and congrats to our top three there in Coastal Auto Parts Victory Lane. Be sure to visit Coastal Auto Parts or any one of their 30 locations throughout the state of Maine for the Napa know-how to get the right part first time, every time. And kids, get ready. As we said, Penny's got the hula hoops ready, so we're going to take our intermission now.
Wallace Roofing has been covering houses for over 30 years. Wallace Roofing protects your home from the craziest Maine weather that's thrown our way. And that makes us so excited we often break out into dance. We will be on top of your roof because we know it's the shingle most important part of your home. At Wallace Roofing, we know that a good roof is not just overhead, it's the life of the party. Call Wallace Roofing today and let's get this party started.
Time to consider your future begins today. Entry-level trade positions now starting at $23.50 an hour and up to $28.19 an hour with experience. Same incredible benefits and career growth opportunities from high school graduation to an exciting career change. This is your time.
Join the legacy.
If you are a Subaru enthusiast and you haven't shopped Norm's Used Cars in Wiscasset, you are missing out. Norm's Used Cars specializes in previously enjoyed late-model, low-mileage Subarus, all hand-picked and meticulously gone over to be like new to you. And with over 100 Subarus on the lot starting at $49.95, they have a great selection too. Experience the difference at Norm's Used Cars.
That's not the norm. That's Norm's Used Cars.
If you've been injured in an accident, contact the law offices of Joe Bornstein today. Talk to us confidentially and free. Find out why we are Maine's most recognized personal injury law firm. Over 25,000 victories for Maine families and over $500 million collected for injured Mainers. Get the help you need and the justice you deserve. Dial 207-CALL-JOE. There's never a fee unless you win. Call Joe today and get the Bornstein advantage.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at our spotlight feature of the evening. It is the Mike Scravani Memorial for the Nema Midgets. Before we give you the starting lineup, we ask at this moment that you all please rise, if able. Remove your hats and direct your attention to the flag in the middle of the infield as we offer our invocation followed by the national anthem. And here tonight to deliver our invocation from Racing with Jesus Ministries, welcome Brian Roy.
Father God, I thank you for the blessing of this great weather today. Lord, thank you for the blessing that Richard, Vanessa, and Team Wiscasset are to the racing community. Thank you for all their efforts to put off race days like these. I pray a blessing over not them only here, but over their personal lives also. Thank you for the men and women in our armed forces, both here and abroad. Thank you for first responders, safety workers, and the local police officers here today. Lord, I thank you for your protection and safety over the drivers and the teams, not only in the pits, but out on the track. In Jesus' name, amen.
Folks, get settled in, and once again, we will turn things over to the voice of Nema, Mr. Pete Falcone.
Ken, thank you very much on behalf of the Northeastern Midget Association. We are thrilled to be back here at Wiscasset Speedway tonight for the running of the Iron Mike Scravani Memorial Race. 30 laps for the Nema Midgets, and here's the way they will be starting. We'll start back in the 10th place, driving the number 77 tonight from Coventry, Connecticut. In the number 77. Ninth starting spot goes to the veteran driver in the number 49 from Kennedy, Maine. It's Lee Bundy. Eighth starting position goes to the defending champion of the Nema Midgets, two-time winner in 2025. We're talking about the number 39 from Lakeville, Mass. It's Avery Storr. And alongside members will win a prize that includes a $300 cash prize, a crew jacket, a memorial plaque, and more. And that's eligible for all crew members that are members of Nema. And that award will be given at the annual awards banquet, which this year is scheduled for, or actually starts out next year because it's scheduled for January of 2026. So both of those gentlemen being honored with the Iron Mike Scravani Memorial Race, 30 laps for the Nema Midgets, going to get underway here shortly. And then the 40-lap feature for the Nema Lights in the name of Jim Chippy Susi, which will be run a little bit later on. Looking at the Nema point standings coming into this event, the 8-time champion Randy Cabral currently leads over his teammate Avery Storr. They are the only two winners in the Nema Midgets so far. We've run 4 events for Nema in 2025, 2 for Randy, 2 for Avery. They're first and second in the points. Paul Scally comes in third, just 8 points out of second in that number 30 car. Mike Horn is fourth in the point standings, and Lee Bundy round out the top 5 in the driver point standings coming into this weekend here at Wiscasset. Last year, the Nema Midgets made one appearance here at Wiscasset. That was on the 1st of September, and that was won by Avery Storr. Avery was fast in practice today, ran decent in his heat. As we said, he's a 2-time winner in 2025. He holds the track record. As a matter of fact, his time of 12.875 is the record held by Avery Storr. We talked to him pre-race when we did some interviews during the drivers meet and greet earlier this afternoon, and asked him if he thought maybe conditions were right to break that track record. Couldn't really answer that question, but said he's certainly going to be going as fast as he can, and fast is 12.875 around this Wiscasset Speedway. That is not just fast, that's Nema fast. And he'll be looking for his 3rd win of 2025 out there in the brightly colored Bertrand Motorsports number 39. Avery has won the last 3 championships of Nema, 3 in a row, 4 championships altogether for Avery, as we pointed out earlier today when we talked to him. Son of the great Russ Storr, a member of the New England Auto Racing Hall of Fame and 6-time champion of the Nema Midgets. Russ is currently the president of the Northeastern Midget Association. So they get ready to push him off, these true racing machines. We described them before for you. They're 4-cylinder racing engines, but they produce almost 400 horsepower, burn methanol for fuel. No clutches, flywheels, or starters in these cars, so you'll see them get pushed to start. They weigh under 1,000 pounds. The power to weight ratio is staggering. All that power delivered to the rear wheels through a short drive shaft, which is located right between the driver's legs. The stationary wings on top provide superior downforce, helping those Hoosier racing tires stick to the track. And with all that speed combined with extremely nimble handling characteristics, it demands nothing but precision driving of these cars. And we're going to see that for 30 laps here momentarily as they get pushed off and get started. They'll get into their lineup as they were introduced. If you were lucky enough to be here early and get down on the track for the Nema meet and greet, you got a chance to look at these cars up close and realize how little room they have to work with in there. They literally squeeze themselves into the cockpit. And again, they almost could reach out and touch the racetrack on either side of the cars. They are that low and in that tight in the driver's cockpit. A lot of safety equipment on these cars, including many of them run harnesses that will actually hold their arms inside the car should they get upside down. They wouldn't have their arms flopping outside of the car and the chance of getting an arm crushed or whatever. Of course, they wear the Hans device or some sort of a neck device. The safety equipment has really improved over the years. If you go way back with midget racing, which is the original form of racing here in the United States, that goes all the way back to 1933 when midget racing started running. Of course, they ran these cars with no roll cages on them. Drivers were totally exposed. And over the years, as the safety improved, they added roll cages to these cars. And then eventually, particularly in this club, the Northeastern Midget Association, they added the wings to the cars to provide superior downforce. This allows them to really sail into the turns and flat-foot it down the straightaways because those wings just make that car squat down on the racetrack. So Matt O'Brien will start on the pole in that Tiger theme number 16. Joey Bailey, who had a good run going in his qualifying heat, he will start outside in the A1. Second row is Mike Horn in the 93 and Braden Egan in the 3M. Third row, Paul Dangerous Scally in the 30 and Randy Cabral in the 74. Fourth row, Kyle Valeri in the 21 and Avery Storr in the 39. And the fifth row, the 49 of Lee Mundy and the 77 of E.J. Duval. Lineup for the Iron Mike Scravani Memorial Race of 30 laps. They'll get them doubled up and ready for the start. Will we have a new winner for the 2025 season out of this race, as we mentioned? Now the pole position on this pace lap being left open for one of the fallen members of Nema. Just a month ago, longtime Nema race director Cynthia Tebbets passed away unexpectedly. Cynthia was also a race director here at the Wiscasset Speedway for a while. Cynthia passed away and left us all shocked. And for that pace lap, they left that pole position open in memory and honor of Cynthia Tebbets, gone too soon, but always remembered as a member of the Nema family. Now we're set to turn them loose for 30 laps in the Iron Mike Scravani Memorial Race. Here they come. Green flag. Down into turn one. Matt O'Brien leads, but here comes Joey Bailey up on the outside in the A1. Bailey trying to make an early move, but O'Brien will lead lap number one. Bailey runs second. His teammate Mike Horn is third, and Randy Cabral is broken out into the fourth spot in the number 74. Cabral going to work on Mike Horn. Sticks the nose down underneath. Horn slams the door shut. No chance for Randy to make the pass that time. He'll try it again, down on the low side. But there is Mike Horn, able to hold him off in that race for third. The 93 against the 74. Paul Scally is fifth. Avery Storr now sixth in the 39. Trying to get to the outside of Paul Scally to get into the top five. Matt O'Brien continues to lead as they click off the laps. Joey Bailey with a strong second. Mike Horn third. Randy Cabral has backed off that battle for the time being. He's got his teammate ready to climb up behind him in the number 39. That's Avery Storr, currently in the 5th spot. Paul Scally is 6th. Braden Egan is 7th. Here's the leader out of turn 4, Matt O'Brien, out in front. O'Brien in the 16. Looking to go to victory lane for the first time in his career. The veteran driver out in front and a comfortable lead. Bailey still second, Mike Horn third. Randy Cabral in the 4th spot, but being challenged by Avery Storr. Storr right there in the 39, looking to make a move up on the outside. O'Brien around the lap car of Lee Bundy in the number 49. And here's Avery Storr. Gets around the outside of Randy Cabral. Avery Storr goes to 4th. But not so quickly, as now they have to contend with the lap car of Lee Bundy. And Storr uses Bundy as a pick and gets around Randy Cabral. So Avery Storr has gone to the 4th spot and now gives chase to the 93 of Mike Horn, but the caution flag is out. Yellow is out. Trouble for Braden Egan in the 3M. Comes to a stop down here just past the start-finish line. They had trouble with that car after the qualifying race and had to do a lot of work to the suspension in the front of the 3M. Don't know whether that's what the problem is, but he has come to the stop. A Nema official looking over the car. See if he can diagnose the problem, whether he could be pushed to be restarted or whether he has to be pushed to the pits. So a little discussion going on. And Freddie Cleveland will get behind him with the push vehicle, the four-wheeler. And he will get pushed to the infield. A disappointment for Braden Egan, a driver who picked up his first Nema Light win earlier this season at the 5/8 mile oval at Thompson, Connecticut. One of those drivers that runs in both the Nema Lights and the Nema Midgets, and it looks like his night is done as he gets pushed to the infield in the 3M. So we'll double him up for the restart. Matt O'Brien did not want to see that caution flag as he had opened up a comfortable lead in that number 16. Now he's got a whole lot of competition with him, including Joey Bailey on the outside in the A1, in the 93, and Avery Storr in the 39. Here they come. Green flag. Here's Mike Horn putting a move on Joey Bailey, trying to take that second spot away from his team car. Works the inside of the A1. That's Mike Horn in the 93. And he gets around to go to second. Joey Bailey back to third. Avery Storr is fourth in the 39. Randy Cabral is fifth in the 74. Cross flags. We're halfway through the Iron Mike Scravani Memorial Race. Here's Avery Storr. Hammer down on the backstretch. Around the outside of Joey Bailey. And Avery Storr goes to third in the 39. Mike Horn chasing the 16 of Matt O'Brien. O'Brien trying to get away and get out in front. Avery Storr trying to catch both of those guys. Top three start to drive away from the rest of the field. Avery Storr trying to find the quick way around, changing his line a little bit, trying to reel in Mike Horn. Still Matt O'Brien out in front. Mike Horn running second. Avery Storr is third. Got to go a ways back to fourth for the A1 of Joey Bailey. Randy Cabral is fifth. Paul Scally is sixth. Kyle Valeri is seventh. E.J. Duvel is eighth in the 77. Leader out of turn four, Matt O'Brien. Captain America in the number 16. Avery Storr trying to get enough momentum to get up there and challenge Mike Horn for the second spot. E.J. Duval off the track in the number 77. Down to the infield. And that's going to bring out the caution flag. Yellow is out for the 77. Stopped in a dangerous spot. E.J. Duval off the racetrack, but still in a vulnerable position. Not far enough off the racetrack. Could not make the turn to get down to the infield pit area. So the caution comes out with 23 laps complete of the 30-lap feature. Again, not what Matt O'Brien wanted to see. He's out in front in that number 16. He's led it all the way. And this is going to close up the field. The other thing it does is it cools off the tires. That can be a good thing for some and a bad thing for others, as it may take a lap or two to get the handling straightened out, but they got the 77 pushed to the infield down on pit road, so they'll double them up here. Big break for Avery Storr, who'd been chasing Mike Horn, trying to get into a race for the second place. So this start, very crucial. With 23 laps complete, only 7 to go, this restart could mean everything to these guys as they get ready to go. Here they come. Green flag. Matt O'Brien back out in front. Mike Horn back into second. But there's a move by Randy Cabral to get around Joey Bailey. Cabral up to the fourth spot behind Avery Storr. Avery looks a little loose as he tries to reel in those front runners. 5 laps to go. 5 to go for Matt O'Brien, trying to pick up his first win ever in his career, his long career with the Nema Midgets, one of the older guys in the field today. Out in front in the number 16. Mike Horn running second. Avery Storr is third. Randy Cabral is fourth. Joey Bailey is fifth. Paul Scally is sixth, followed by the 21 of Kyle Valeri and the 49 of Lee Bundy. O'Brien has gotten back into a comfortable lead with 2 laps to go. 2 to go. Matt O'Brien continues to show the way around. Mike Horn trying to reel him in. Those two will battle for the lead with less than a lap to go. Avery Storr hanging on to third place. Randy Cabral trying to challenge him. Checkered flags are in the air. Matt O'Brien will win his first ever Nema main event. Mike Horn second. Avery Storr third. Randy Cabral fourth. Joey Bailey fifth, followed by Paul Scally, Kyle Valeri, and Lee Bundy. Matt O'Brien, who has tried for so long, years and years in the Nema Midgets, finally picks up a win, his very first win here at Wiscasset. We'll get his reaction trackside.
of first-time winners here at Wiscasset Speedway. And this one will be for the old guys. And Mike Horn forgetting where Victory Lane is here at Wiscasset. They're going to have to get him a push around to the backside to get onto Victory Lane Road. As Pete Falcone will make his way down to Coastal Auto Parts Victory Lane. All right, so they'll get that 93 a push around to the, going to have to get a push all the way around here to Victory Lane, but in the meantime, we'll get things all set down there as our driver's out, and Pete's going to grab his weapon, and let's send things trackside to Coastal Auto Parts Victory Lane.
Very happy is an understatement for Matt O'Brien. They call him Captain America as he climbs out of his number 16. We talked to him before, and he talked about the fact that the motor he's running in this car was built by his late father, who was quite the race car builder. And finally, he has made it to Victory Lane, winning the Iron Mike Scravani Memorial Race. Gets a hug from he says, call my wife. Yeah, it's the first person he wants to call, but I think the first person you want to thank is probably your father.
Don't make me cry, Pete. Yeah, I can't, I'm in shock. I owe it all my dad. I wish he was here. I'm gonna get emotional, but I've been trying for 35 years. My dad passed away, and I didn't think if I wanted to do it anymore, but my friend Roy Daniel here stepped in, started coming to the races with me. I owe this to him, really. You know, he really saved my life, to be honest with you. Thank you to my son, who couldn't be here today because, well, he's got a girlfriend and he's starting school pretty soon. But thank you to Wiscasset Speedway for having us here. We love this place. My new favorite. And I just can't thank everybody enough. I can't believe it.
Matt, talk about those caution flags. We said during the race and when the yellows came out, that was not what Matt O'Brien wanted to see. But, man, you handled them on the restarts.
Well, yes and no. You know, as an old man, I was like, all right, get a break. But then I was like, damn it, I think I don't want to give it up on the restart. So I just kept playing it cool, and you know, I'm not gonna give away my secret, but you know, an old dog knows a few tricks, you know. So
I guess so. One more time, your very first trip to Victory Lane here for Nema after 35 years. Matt O'Brien, congratulations.
Thank you, Peter.
There he is in Victory Lane, and boy, as he said, tried for so long and finally winds up in Victory Lane, and he wins the Iron Mike Scravani Memorial Race, first place in the Nema Midgets. And we have second and third back here. We'll talk to them. We'll go to our second place driver who just made it up here into the Victory Lane area. Another great run for the A1 Automotive team as Mike Horn comes home second in the number 93. A great run for you.
If we were just a little tighter, we could have got to Matt, but I couldn't be happier to see him win. I kind of owed him one after the last time I screwed up and took him out. So, but I gave it all I had. If I could have passed him, I would. But it's great to see him in Victory Lane.
Well, we got to say it's a big day for the old guys. 1-2. I mean, you're another one that's been running this series for a while.
Well, I've been running for a long time, but you can't really call me an old guy. My dad's 80 years old and still racing dirt at Bear Ridge, so I got some pretty big shoes to fill. You know, my dad would laugh calling a 56-year-old guy an old guy.
Well, listen, congratulations to you, Mike. I'm sure you got some people you want to thank.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'd like to thank A1 Automotive. I'd like to thank all my sponsors, Circle Performance, 82 Signs, Marine Engines. I'd like to thank my crew. And I'd like to thank Mike Scravani for putting on a great race.
Thank you. Mike Horn, our second place winner in the number 93. And third place goes to the guy we were talking about holding the track record here at Wiscasset, but not breaking the record today, but still comes home with a podium finish. We're talking about Avery Storr. Good run, Avery.
Oh, thank you. Car was pretty good all day. Just freed up at the end, but honestly, I couldn't. I've been coming to the midget race. I'm 29 years old, and Matt's been racing longer than I've been around. I knew his dad, and there's genuinely not a nicer family in the world, and I'm very glad to see them pull off a win, and it's really good for them. It's a lot of long days to get there, and couldn't be happier for them.
Well, congratulations to you on a third place run.
Thank you very much, and thanks for Wiscasset Speedway for having us. Really enjoyed this, and thanks for Mike Scravani for putting on his dad's race.
Avery Storr comes home third in the Iron Mike Scravani Memorial Race, and what a great run history made today as Matt O'Brien becomes only the third winner of the 2025 season, but as you heard him say, 35 years hoping to get to this very point, and that is to victory lane, and he does it. And I can echo the fact that Avery Storr brought up about the fact that you won't find a nicer family in midget racing, and that is the O'Brien family, and a very happy and emotional Matt O'Brien in victory lane for the first time with Nema. And we're going to do it all over again with the Nema lights. They're going to be out in the Jim Chippy Susie Memorial Race. That's a 40-lap feature. That's coming up in just a little bit here on the program. We're going upstairs to Matt O'Brien was the winner. We're going upstairs to Ken.
All right, we'll get victory lane cleared out, and then, as I said, bringing out the 38 late model for a quick check on his car, and then we'll bring out your next feature, which is for the Dale's Cash Fuel Roadrunners. Don't forget, next Saturday, we're starting even earlier with extra racing divisions on the docket as Group 1 returns with Pro Stocks, Super Streets, 4-cylinder Pros, Crate Modifieds, and Thunder 4 Minis, plus the Senior Tour Auto Racers. They get a couple divisions of vintage modifieds, and then also the makeup race for the 350 Smack Small Block Super Modifieds here at Wiscasset Speedway. So again, just $5 to get in that day, but everything starts early, so be sure to go to the website to check for all the information. The pit gate will open up at 10 o'clock. Grandstands 12 noon for the VIPs, 1 o'clock for the general admission, and then racing kicks off at 3 p.m. next Saturday. And then don't forget, next Sunday, it's the Maine Vintage Race Car Association Summerfest, which will be happening over on the pit side from 10 to 3. Vintage race cars, the Maine Motorsports Hall of Fame drivers and mobile museum. Nice cookout lunch, kids race car rides, the Star Tour, and Wicked Good Vintage Racers in the house, so all kinds of fun happening next weekend. And if you ever want to try driving a race car out here at Wiscasset Speedway, then look up the Jeffrey Earnhardt Racing Experience. It'll be here on Thursday.
Daniel Harding wraps up his little quick test just to make sure everything was in order.
Coming out next, it's the Dale's Cash Fuel Roadrunners.
We have Jason Meservy, number 57 out of Warren. In second, the 0F of Kevin Greenhalgh from Farmington, Maine. In the third position, the 47, Nelson Stevens from Newcastle. In fourth, the 13X, Logan Hall from Farmington. Fifth, we have Charity from Augusta. In sixth, we have the 07, Keegan Murray. In seventh, the 7X of Dylan York out of Damascotta. In eighth, the 5 of Kyle Enman Durham. In ninth, the 11 of Jason Sears. 10th, the 02, Gavin Giroux. 11th, the 1 of Trevor Jones. And 12th, the 37 of Silas Ham. All right, the big bad pace car's out. Green flag waves. Jason Meservy leaves him into one. Kevin Greenhalgh fighting strong on the top side. We got all kinds of action mid-pack. Good combination of cars. And we're going to be side by side at the stripe. Advantage to the 0F. The Cobalt leads lap number 1 over the Cobalt. Oh, trouble for Jarity down the backstretch. 3 wide into 1, and we got a spinaroonie. Alrighty, front wheel drive saves the day again. Everyone's pointed forward. That was Nelson Stevens in the 47. Just point the wheels and hit the gas. You'll go there. Oh, trouble for the 37. Silas Ham gonna retire early. But up front, we're still 2 wide, battling strong. This lap goes to the 0F of a margin of 0.054 seconds. Oh, we got another one retiring early. That's the 11, Jason Sears. But the action still up front for the first position. Advantage this time, 0F again by 0.45 seconds. He lost 9 1/1000ths that lap. He's gonna step it up here. Don't look now, third place coming in. We got a Toyota trying to spoil the Chevy party. Normally you see a lot of them Toyotas up in the Thunder 4 division. You don't see many down here in the Roadrunners. But when you do, they're fast. Oh, looking 3 wide into 3. He's in there. We're beating doors. We're banging fenders. This lap goes to the 02. Gavin Giroux, your new leader. Second place, clear now. Kevin Greenhalgh. And in third, the 57, Jason Meservy. Giroux looking for number 3 in a row. When you get a division like this with such a big variety of cars, sometimes you just hit the right spot with the right car and you're Superman for a little while. Kyle Enman takes third place. The Honda joins the party. We got a Toyota, 2 Chevys, and 2 Hondas in the top 5. Oh, we have a change for 4th and now 5th. The 07 of Keegan Murray and the 7X of Dylan York move up to 4th and 5th respectively. Moving Jason Meservy back to 6th. More trouble for the 11, Jason Sears. He's back down pit road. Up front, still all Giroux. He's built a strong lead now, up to 1.149 seconds. Edmond looking low for second. He sees some daylight. Give it to Edmond at the line. Greenhow, he falls back into third. Pretty comfortable margin back to fourth. Jarity having some action back there. Battling strong for ninth. The lone Ford in the field. We are halfway this time. 13 down, 12 to go. Sturge is telling us halfway. Giroux looking at some lap traffic now. Gonna have to navigate patiently and cleanly. Just like that, the one slides up in front of him. Giroux wastes no time, cuts it low, gets by. Giroux looks under Jarity, puts Jarity a lap down. Edmond fighting through the lap traffic now. He's trying to mount a charge. Just 10 laps to do it. The gap still 1.4 seconds. Best time of the race goes to Gavin Giroux with a 19:33, but Kyle Edmonds right there with a 19:39. Edmond doing everything he can. He's got himself a 25-year-old Honda, trying to see what he can do with it. Probably older than that, closer to 30 years old. I'd almost be willing to bet that car is older than Kyle is. Gap still 1.4 seconds. Giroux navigating more lap traffic under Nelson Stevens. Gap down to 1.3, but running out of time quickly. 20-second laps go by in the blink of an eye. Edmonds in that car right now, putting his foot through the floorboard, trying to get every last bit of power he can. Oh, trouble for the one car. Trevor Jones, he retires early. Up front, still all Giroux. Clear traffic in front of him for a while. Edmonds still trying hard to mount a charge, but coming to 4 to go, it's still 1.3 seconds. Down to 1.2, but only 4 laps to get it done. It's tough to find 3/10 a lap. Battle shaping up for that 4th spot still. We have Dylan York and Keegan Murray. Keegan holding strong, Dylan looking for it. York all over that back bumper. We get a little booparoonie. He wants nothing to do with that top side. He wants to try to sneak under for 4th. We're down to 2 to go. Gavin Giroux coming to the white flag. 1 to go for Giroux. So he can make it 3 in a row. And my rap career is taking off. Battle still for that 4th position. But coming out of 4, the show belongs to Gavin Giroux, Kyle Edmonds second. And down the backstretch, York gets 4th. Finishing 3rd, Kevin Greenhow. Fourth will actually be Dylan York. Fifth, Keegan Murray. In sixth, we got Jason Meservy. And then finishing seventh, Logan Hall. Eighth goes to Nelson Stevens. Ninth to Jarity himself. 10th to Trevor Jones. 11th to Jason Sears. And 12th to Silas Ham.
All right, young man, head on down to Coastal Auto Parts Victory Lane. And in the meantime, I'll pass along some important information to our fans as Gavin Giroux owns this division now. 3 straight wins for the 0-2. Hey, if you hear your name, head down to see Penny at the Kids Club table. You're one of our kids' prize winners tonight. By the way, speaking of prize winners, I want to congratulate Peter Eck, our 50-50 winner. Peter Eck. So now, our Kids Club winners, Leighton Marble, Ellie Hensby, Paisley Chapman, Price Curtis, Zeke Turner, Kaylee Mishral, Tate Cardinal, and Aberetta Curtis. Hope we got all those right. Leighton Marble, Ellie Hensby, Paisley Chapman, Price Curtis, Zeke Turner, Kaylee Mishral, Tate Cardinal, and Aberlett Curtis. Also got some happy birthdays and anniversaries and such. This first one said, my wife's birthday, 45, Karen Brown. Please say happy birthday from your husband, 45. So, good job. Happy birthday. Abby Willette's birthday today. Happy 7th. Oh, happy birthday on the 7th. Sorry. I want to congratulate Andy and Sam Cahurl. Andy, one of our Super Street drivers. They had their baby Lawson just a couple days ago. Happy 46th anniversary to our own Ken and Estelle Carey, who work here as part of Team Wiscasset. Happy birthday to Caitlin Shutt. Happy birthday tomorrow to Alan Hopkins. And happy birthday today to our competition director, Scott Chabuk.
All right, rolling down into Victory Lane for the three-peat. Gavin Giroux in this mustard yellow Toyota Celica. Amazing how many rhymes I can get with the letter O. Eminem, you better watch your jaw, because I'm coming for it, man. Alrighty, climbing out now, your winner of the Roadrunner division, Gavin Giroux. All right, you're getting pretty used to doing this, man. 3 in a row, that's pretty good. You don't see many guys in any division do 3 in a row. You got this thing rolling, you're driving good, things are working in your favor. What's the secret, dude? What's the trick to this?
I don't know, I think we just got lucky and finally got a fast car. I mean, we've been working at this for a long time, and these are my first wins, and they just happen to fall back to back. And it's just a good day to be on my birthday, too.
Oh, you're winning on your birthday? Well, happy birthday to you, sir. No better way to celebrate than with a good win.
Thank you.
All right, man. What do you got for sponsors on this nice rig?
I got North Country Car Wash, Miss Moomoo's Plate Care, MC Photography, R&J Properties, and Skowhegan Tire. And I'd like to thank Chip Farrington for putting me in the car.
All righty. Is that all you got for us, Gavin?
That's it.
All righty. Your feature winner, 3rd time in a row, goes to Gavin Giroux. Another common face here. I personally love to see Hondas up in Victory Lane. Kyle Enman, big dog on campus, man. You're starting to get second now. It's getting on your skin a little bit. You want to get back up there. You're getting itching to get another win.
I mean, I'm always itching to win. Just pumped to be here in Victory Lane. Anytime you can drive it in the trailer, that's a good thing. Yeah, congratulations to him. I don't know what we got to do to keep up with him right now, but we'll keep working on it and figure it out. I got to thank my sponsors, ABG Heating and Cooling, Yankee Yardworks, MD Grand Prix Services, Hudamaki. My father, he put a lot of time into this in the last couple of weeks. My wife, my kids, my mother, Em, all the Emersons. There's a whole bunch of us.
It does take an army to do this, man. Is it all you got for us, Kyle? I know you do this a lot. You probably get it down to a science. Is that all you got for us, bud?
Yeah, that's it.
Alrighty, your second place finisher, the 5 car, Kyle Enman. This guy, nice, fairly fresh looking car, not as pretty as it once was. I remember seeing it on Snapchat thinking it was beautiful. Now it's got scuffs on it. It's all beat up. It's got more colors on the nose than you do your neck. But hey, that's all right. Your third place finisher, is it Greenhalgh?
Greenhalgh.
Greenhalgh. Okay, I was wrong this whole time. I look foolish.
Close
Cool.
enough.
Kevin Greenhalgh, your third place finisher.
Yes, sir. Let's go. Hey, man. Last week I was in the wall. This week I'm in victory lane. I can't ask for anything better than that. Both these guys are real fast. Wicked good guys. They race clean, and you just can't ask for anything better than that. I'd like to get a little faster, but I'll get there.
Oh, dude, one lap at a time, one race at a time. The speed does come. Experience comes, learning the car comes, it all comes. You got a lot of sponsors on this thing. You got a lot of people you got to thank, man.
I do. First, I got Phoenix Motorsports, Winsmore Garage Doors, real honey maple syrup. That's right out of Monmouth. They make their own stuff, wicked good. Black Lantern Tattoo, Audette's, Faultless Canine. My whole family, they're all up north in Strong, Maine right now at a soccer tournament. That's where I should be, but they let me come race, so here I am. At least I can bring something home to them. Hey,
when you bring home a trophy, it's always forgiven, man.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Alrighty, your third place finisher, Kevin Greenhalgh. I'm still not going to get used to that, man. I'm going to mess that up 10 more times. Come back, dude.
All right, thank you very much, Logan. And once again, want to remind you that our Spotlight interviews in Victory Land are presented by the Maine Bureau of Highway Safety, who remind you to please not text and drive. Arrive alive. From your friends at the Maine Bureau of Highway Safety. Pace Car is about to pick up the Wood Pellet Warehouse late models. Set to go the regular 40-lap distance. Had to pour one out there for the Ozman. Ready to go with the defending champion, Frank Moulton at the point in the 15, Ashton Burgess in the 34, Alex Waltz out of Walpole in the 00. Then comes Ben Nile, a.k.a. Sasquatch, in car number 72. Chris Burgess in the 47. Landon Tapley in the 52, Nick Morton in the 00M, Brent Roy in the 26, Randy Barker in the 8, David Getchell in the 88. Then comes Tiger Colby in the 78, Brett Osmond in the 05, Colton Chabak in the 15C, Jonathan Emerson in the 14, Daniel Harding in the 30, Emerson in the 24, that is, Harding in the 38, Will Collins in the 25, your most recent winner, Pat Murphy in the 86, Chase Burgess in the 34, Steve Barker in the 5. Let's go late model racing. 40 laps, pace car is in, green flag is out. Down the back chute shuffle they go. Couple of cars checking up mid-pack. A little bit of an accordion, but Frankie Moulton leaves them first time around. Moulton trying to turn around his luck after pretty well destroying his race car 2 weeks ago. That's a new ride for him, first time in a distance car, and showing the way in the early going. Ashton Burgess, he's visited the podium once already this season, but looking for his first career win in a late model. Then Alex Waltz in third, Chris the 47. Burgess running part-time this year. His son Ben has already been a winner tonight. Let's see if Dad can deliver that 47 to victory lane. Ben Nile rounds out your top 5. Nick Morton in the 00. Nick won the 100-lap Super Street race last week. Back in his familiar late model ride, the top rookie in the division so far. Morton had a good save after some contact with Getchell in the 88. Traffic stacked up around them, and here comes Chris Burgess. Burgess gets underneath the 00 of Alex Waltz to move into the 3rd spot. Although Waltz fights back nicely on the outside. Burgess being nice and patient. Funny thing is, we've got 3 Burgesses in this race, and none of them directly related, although Ashton and Chase are distant cousins. Ben Niles been a good story this year as well in that 72. He goes by the code name Sasquatch. He actually has it in the numbers on his car. Trying to nail down another top 5 finish. David Getchell just outside the top 5, looking in there in 6th. And one car on the move is that 24 of Jonathan Emerson. And also, Chris Burgess on the move. Chris setting it up on the high side. Got around Alex Waltz, now working on Ashton Burgess for 2nd. Frank Moulton is tough to beat when he is out front, and he's already built up a lead of almost 3 seconds. Chris Burgess outside, Ashton Burgess on the low side, and Chris powering around that 34. And he'll take over 2nd, but he's got a long way to go to get to Frankie Moulton. Jonathan Emerson cracks the top 5 now, the number 24. Emerson from deep in the field, he started this one back in 14th, and he's raced up 10 positions now into 4th, that is. No, wrong again. He's running in 5th. Started 14th and now running 5th, but quickly chasing down Ashton. That lead is built up to just about 4 seconds now for Frank Moulton. Traffic getting kind of strung out here all the way around this 3/8 mile speedway as they work their way around the 5 of Steve Barker. Chris Burgess and now Alex Waltz driving out around the number 5. They are both being chased down by the 24 of Jonathan Emerson. And there goes Randy Barker. Barker heads down pit road.
Frank Moulton continuing to build that lead. Still 20 laps into this race. Franco's running 16-1s. Got the lead up to 5 seconds. Oh, it looks like Ben Niles going to have to retire early. He had a great run going as he pulls old Sasquatch down into the pits. The battle's still shaping up for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Daniel Harding still on the move forward. He's up to 6th. Up front, it's still the Frank Moulton show. He joined the distance club, and it looks like it's working for him. Just past halfway. 23 down, 17 laps to go. Oh, Frank Moulton. Harding on the outside. He's going to take 5th from Ashton Burgess. Passing flag waved again for Steve Barker. Frank Moulton clears with no issue. He sets his sights on Pat Murphy. Still the battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Chris Burgess, Jonathan Emerson, Alex Waltz, and don't count out Daniel Harding yet. He's known to make the late charge. Looks like he's ready to mount another one.
Frank Moulton still picking his way through lap traffic. Now the 86. Pat Murphy will go a lap down. There goes Steve Barker down pit road. He'll drop out. Still a lot of lap traffic up ahead, but that lead is up over 6 seconds now. And how about this battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th? Jonathan Emerson, fastest on the track, or at least 2nd fastest. Drives around Alex Waltz and now drives around Chris Burgess. Jonathan Emerson from 14th up into 2nd. And another driver making up a lot of ground is Daniel Harding. Harding's running in 5th right now, up from 16th, up from 15th, that is. He's been on the podium for every late model race so far this season. Emerson has finally cleared the 47 and the 00, but Frank Moulton is in a different zip code. Moulton nearly half a track ahead. He's built that lead up now to almost 7 seconds. Trying to lead this one wire to wire as we are 8 laps away from payday for Frank Moulton. Moulton is still the fastest on the track. Even driving through lap traffic, he's the fastest. Next time by, Frank Moulton will get 5 in the air, 5 laps to go on the number 15. There are still 14 cars on the lead lap. Colton Chabuk actually just passed by, so the next one to go down will be Landon Tapley in the 52. So actually 12 cars on the lead lap. He'll put Landon Tapley a lap down, and the next one in his sights, one of your most recent winners, Brett Osmond in the 05. This time by, 2 laps to go on Frank Moulton. Daniel Harding has made his way into the top 3. Harding started back in 15th, made his way up to 3rd. White Laundry is out, final time around, and a dominant win coming for Frank Moulton. Late models go caution-free, 40 laps, green to checkers, and a dominant win for the reigning champion and a brand new car to him. If you were here 2 weeks ago, he pretty near destroyed his initial race car on the front stretch wall. Picked this one up from, well, a guy who's going to be interviewing him is very familiar with that race car. And how about the second and third? Jonathan Emerson from 14th up to second. Daniel Harding continues his top three streak. He's been on the podium in every race this year. Moves up from 15th to finish third. And strengthening his point lead here in the Wood Pellet Warehouse late models. That's now 7 straight podium finishes for Daniel Harding, along with his Pro Stock win last weekend. Daniel took that same car and switched it over to a Pro Stock. This same late model switched it over to a Pro Stock and won his first ever Pro Stock race last week. Daniel was our May driver of the month here at Wiscasset. David Greenleaf, our June driver of the month, and we will, within the next couple of weeks, be crowning our July driver of the month. Hey, by the way, we didn't get a chance to introduce her, but down in Victory Lane is our junior official for tonight. That is Alexa Lee. Great job down there, Alexa.
All right, rolling into Victory Lane 2 weeks after absolutely demolishing his race car in a car that delivered me my first Pro Stock win. Here he is, Frank Moulton. Guy picked this car up less than 2 weeks ago, went home, had to turn it from a Pro Stock to a late model, had to make it all legal beagle. I think he done a pretty good job. This thing's pretty quick. I don't know if he's gonna call it a distance car an old dinosaur anymore. These dinosaurs are pretty fast. I'm just kidding, we always said that in good fun though. Let's hear it, everybody. Frank, let me be the first to welcome you to Victory Lane in a distance race car, buddy. Hey man, awesome job. You're turning 16 twos, 35 laps into this race. This thing looked fantastic. You drove fantastic. Tell me, man, how does this feel coming off what you just came off?
Oh man, I can't tell you how good this is. We wrecked like 3 weeks in a row. I worked on the car, my other car, just every night, and then wrecked it again. And then you gave us a good deal on this thing, and so many people put so much into this, and I just can't thank them all enough. It's just it drove perfect, and I don't know if I can go back.
Now you're sold, man. You're distance for life now, buddy. And I tell you, Frank, this couldn't have gone to a better family, a better group of people. You guys deserve this. You deserve this win. You deserve it all, man. You got some sponsors. You got some people, man. Let's see who they are behind this fence.
Okay, so Survey Inc., John, Leslie, Bill, Bonnie, just put so much into this, and I don't think we'd be here this week without him. My dad, of course, he just figured out what we had to do to get back, and I don't know, just me and him all the time. My buddy Chat, you, your dad, Nick Hinckley came over and helped me out, set it up. My wife, my mom, Chat, Ben, my sister Becky, Niners floor finishing, D. Larrabee Construction, Charlotte Marshall, my kids, Nicholas, Lily, just everybody that helped out. Stephanie, so many people put so much into this, and I'm just so blessed. we put in Gobby Trust on the back again, and the thing's a missile, so probably have to leave that on there.
Oh, of course you do, man. Fantastic win, Frank. Way to rebound, way to recover, way to stay strong, get back in a race car, and go show them how it's done, man. Awesome job. In second, coming all the way from 14th starting position, we got another distance race car, another missile of a race car. Jonathan Emerson having a career year in late models. Come on, man, you making a run for the title here?
I would like to be, but I really want to win a race. We just can't seem to get it done. Frank had a whole half a track on us, but I really don't think it mattered. It loosened up too much on us, but distance race cars, top 3, the best in the pit area, so just proves it. But like thank Highland Greens, Yankee Yard Works, Tech Patrol, Portland Glass, Emerson Pilot Cars, they have a motor in this car, ABG Heating and Plumbing, Triple K Excavation, Pond Stables, everyone that helps me in the pit area, my dad, Keith, Art, Ron, Kyle, Chloe, Kayla for spotting for me. I never thank him, so just thanks everyone.
All right, Jonathan Emerson, he's becoming a frequent flyer here in late model victory lane. He picks up a second place finish. And this kid, man, I like this to be my victory lane, but they're gonna name it Nailio Hardingville pretty soon here. From 15th all the way up to third race in a row on the same set of tires. You just buried me in pro stock, and now here you are in the podium again in your late model, man. Tell me, what's got this thing rolling so good? Are you built different than me, man?
Just Max Cooks and Racing, man. He sets this thing up perfectly, and I got great people that help me and teach me and tell me what to do, and I just do it. And yeah, just can't thank these guys enough. Max Cooks and Racing, Distance Racing Products, Jay from Marshalls, and just everyone that helps. This is amazing, and hopefully I think we'll continue this streak of good luck. And that was a great race, so build on that and maybe get a little better.
All right. I don't know if he's better looking than me. I think I'm the best looking guy in the state of Maine. I think you might have forgot to thank your spotter right there. You got to thank your spotter real quick before we wrap this up.
Yeah, Devin. Thank you, Devin.
All right, buddy, we can't forget about Devin. All right, your third place finisher, the 38, Daniel Harding. The distance podium sweep again.
All right, things wrapping up in Coastal Auto Parts Victory Lane. Just a couple more photos, and then we'll get ready for your next race. And it's another big one for our friends from Nema. And with that, the Nema lights, and I'll send things back over to my friend here, Pete Falcone.
All right, Ken, thank you very much. Yeah, these are the Nema lights. They're running in the Jim Chippy Susie Memorial Race. They're going to go 40 laps in their feature. For the Nema lights, here's the way they will line up, scheduled to go in the front row. The number 94, Tiana Kibbe. She is from Allentown, Pennsylvania, the Uptrell Welding number 94. And up there with her in that front row is the dangerous one, Paul Scally from Raynham, Massachusetts, in the number 30. Second row, 55, Drew Eldridge from North Chelmsford, Massachusetts. Starting alongside the number 47, of Randy Cabral from Kingston, Mass. He is the defending champion of the Nema Lights. Inside third row, the number 17, Kyle Valeri from Monument Beach, Massachusetts. The Valeri Construction Cape Cod Aggregates number 17. Valeri is the current point leader of the Nema Lights. Starting alongside the number 35, part of the Cabral family racing team, that's Joey Bailey. In the number 35 from Garnerville, New Jersey. Inside of the fourth row comes the number 53, Dylan Kutu from Griswold, Connecticut. The Griswold Eye Care, number 53. Dylan, a winner earlier this year in the Nema Lights, and a winner here at Wiscasset previously. Starting beside him will be another winner in 2025. That's Mike Perniciglio from Ronkonkoma, New York. The Venato Properties Checker One Manufacturing Derek Perniciglio Show, sponsored number 28 from Mike Perniciglio. Then the number 59, Braden Egan goes next. Braden from Ashford, Connecticut. And alongside of him, the number 42, R.J. Dighton. Dighton from Rockaway, New Jersey in the R&D Services Reliable Lift number 42. The 7 will go next. Winner of the last 2 Nema Light main events in that number 7. The Cataldo Racing Group number 7 for Zach Martinez from North Kingston, Rhode Island in the number 7. 98, Anthony Bosilli from Stoughton, Massachusetts. Bosilli in the number 98. In the 88, Tyson Adamick from Salem, Connecticut. Adamick in the Great Scott Car Stereo, number 88. Starting lineup, Nema Lights. And again, on this pace lap, they leave the pole position open for one of the pace laps for the Nema race director, Cynthia Tebbets, who passed away just a month ago and is sorely missed by everyone in the Nema family, as well as here at the Wiscasset Speedway, because she was also a race director here in the past. Cynthia Tebbets lives on in our hearts as they get ready to start their feature event of 40 laps. These are the Nema Lights of the Northeastern Midget Association. Set to go green. Here they come. Green flag. And like she's shot out of a cannon, the 94 of Tiana Kibbe rockets to the lead. Paul Scally running second, but now being challenged by Randy Cabral. Cabral up on the outside in that number 47. Takes that second spot away and gives chase to our leader, Tiana Kibbe. Cabral trying to reel her in as she continues to lead. Cabral is second. Great race for third. Scally in the 30. Joey Bailey in the 35. And Drew Eldridge in the 55. All running together in a battle for third. Bailey comes out on top of that battle to go to third in the 35. Fourth is Drew Eldridge in the 55. Paul Scally rounds out the top 5. Then it's Braden Egan in the 59 and Kyle Valeri in the 17. Here's a battle for the lead. Randy Cabral down on the inside of Tiana Kibbe and takes over the lead. Cabral goes to the lead and starts to drive away. Flying in that number 47, and his teammate in the 35 gets around for second. Tiana Kibbe looks like she may have a problem as she is slow and on the bottom of the racetrack in the 94. Our early leader looks like she is headed out. So the Cabral cars run 1-2. Randy Cabral in front, and his teammate Joey Bailey in the 35 is second. The 55, Drew Eldridge. Eldridge runs third. Paul Scally is fourth. Right behind him in fifth is the 17 of Kyle Valeri. Valeri right there with Scally. That is the race for fourth. Also on the move, the 59 of Braden Egan. He is right there with Kyle Valeri. That is the race for fifth right now. The 59 and the 17 going at it. Fifth and sixth. Seventh is the 53 of Dylan Kutu. Eighth is the number 7 of Zach Martinez. Ninth, the 28 of Mike Perniciglio, and rounding out the top 10 is R.J. Dighton in the 42. Randy Cabral, almost a straightaway lead in that number 47. Average speed of almost 95 miles an hour for Randy Cabral. Joey Bailey second, Drew Eldridge third. Then you got to go a whole straightaway back to fourth, which is Kyle Valeri. Braden Egan has now moved into fifth. Paul Scally is sixth. Dylan Kutu is seventh. Zach Martinez is eighth in the number 7. Randy Cabral on cruise control in that number 47. Bailey trying to catch him. We'll check the distance between first and second. .2 seconds between first and second. We'll see whether Bailey's able to close it all. Nope, exactly the same distance between first and second. With Cabral up front, Bailey second, Drew Eldridge third, and then better than a straightaway, back to fourth. It's the 17 of Kyle Valeri. Fifth is the 59 of Braden Egan. Sixth is Paul Scally in the 30. Seventh, Dylan Kutu in the 53. And eighth, the number 7 of Zach Martinez. Just past halfway. Randy Cabral, as we say, on cruise control, coming up to some of the back markers now. Going to put Dighton, who's going around Busili, a lap down. And Cabral picks his way through the lap traffic. Shortened the gap for the lead only slightly as he handles the lap traffic and gets through him pretty quick. Trouble for Paul Scally in the number 30. He is slowed to the bottom of the racetrack. Limping his way down the backstretch, Paul Scally will be headed to the infield. So he is out of this 40-lap feature. Joey Bailey trying to catch his boss, really. Randy Cabral is the owner of those two cars. Randy and his dad, Glenn, maintain and run those two race cars. Randy in front in the 47, looking for his first Nema Light win of 2025. And Joey Bailey driving the car that Randy used to run, that number 35, trying to reel him in. Check the distance between first and second. Down to just 0.3 of a second. Bailey is closing. Will he have time? The 11 laps to go this time. Here's Joey Bailey, looking to give Randy Cabral a run for it. 10 laps to go. 10 to go. Here's Bailey with a peek down on the inside. Can't get it done. Cabral holds him off. Bailey trying to catch him. Now with 9 laps to go. Around the lap car of Anthony Busili. Bailey again, ready to mount a charge. Right there with Randy Cabral. Nose to tail out of turn 4. Bailey trying everything to get up alongside Randy Cabral. The team cars evenly matched at this point. Cabral will lead another lap. 7 to go. Bailey throwing everything he can, and I think Randy got the sense he was right there and kind of went to the whip, trying to get away as Bailey driving the wheels off the thing, trying to reach him. Drew Eldridge all by himself in third. Pretty good race for fourth between Braden Egan in the 59 and the 17 of Kyle Valeri. Valeri trying to get around the 59 in that race for the fourth spot. Here come the leaders out of turn 4. 4 laps to go. Bailey again trying to close on Randy Cabral. Time is running out. Bailey throwing everything he can at Cabral. But time is running out. Just a car length separate first and second. 2 laps to go. 2 to go. Bailey again looking to the high side, trying to get a run out of turn 2. Looks to get up alongside Randy Cabral. Can he do it in the late stages? Here they come. White flag. 1 more lap. Here comes Bailey on the outside. Bailey trying to mount a charge. Will the lap car play into it? Yes, they're going to have to go to the outside of the lap car. Randy trying to hold off Bailey. Goes high and will hold on to win the race. Bailey will finish second. Third to Drew Eldridge. Fourth to Braden Egan. Fifth to the 17 of Kyle Valeri, 6th to Dylan Kutu, and 7th to the 7 of Zach Martinez. Well, Randy Cabral holds off his teammate, Joey Bailey, in the number 35, but just barely. And Cabral, the defending champion of the Nema Lights, wins the 40-lap Jimmy Susi Memorial Race. We'll talk to him trackside.
All right, thank you, Pete. We'll see you down there in Coastal Auto Parts Victory Lane in just a moment. And another great job from our friends with Nema Midgets and Nema Lights. Always a fun time when they put on a show of speed like they do here at Maine's fastest track. And I don't know if this guy can hold a candle to the excitement our friend Logan Melcher usually has when he wins a race, but Randy Cabral is a close second. This guy loves to win, and he's done it a lot. And they will come around Victory Lane Road. Logan, you're turning into a pro with that, brother. And as they roll into Coastal Auto Parts Victory Lane, it's my pleasure once again to send it trackside. Pete Falcone is going to get a chat with your top 3.
Randy Cabral is getting unstrapped from his number 47. After his first win of the season in the Nema Lights, he's a 2-time winner in the Nema Midgets, but this is his own car, the Cabral family racing number 47. And he's out of the car. There he is, climbing up above. There's your Nema Light winner, Randy Cabral. Back in Victory Lane, the Jim Chippy Susi Memorial Race. Very happy to do so. We're going to get a word from him as soon as he gets that helmet off, and we will talk to him here in Victory Lane. Randy Cabral, as we said, the defending champion of the Nema Lights. And he little conversation between father and son there in Victory Lane. And Randy Cabral, who actually beats his teammate, and there they are congratulating each other. Big smiles on their faces. And Randy, yeah, you got to talk about that. What a challenge there in the closing laps from your teammate, Joey Bailey.
Yeah, I mean, whether we finish 1-2 or 1-2, I guess it's, good either way for the team. So even if I lost that, but I was trying to save a little bit for the end, because I was like, I knew if a caution came out, I saw the 35 right there, and 35 is a little bit better car than I am, and I knew that he would be able to get me on that restart. So I was hoping we didn't have a restart. I just, you know, this one goes out to my dad. We weren't even supposed to show up tonight. We were leaving the car home. We blew the drive line in it last week. I was out camping with my family, and as I told everybody earlier, kind of racing has been taking a little bit of a back seat to my family. So Glenn's been taking care of everything. And between my father and my mother and, you know, everybody at the house taking care of the car, we wouldn't have been here today. My sister's boyfriend Jeff drove it up here for us because I'm leaving for Florida on Monday, and I said I'm not going to drive the entire length of 95 this weekend. So thanks to Jeff for bringing it up here, because like I said, we shouldn't even be here. But hey, whether it was me or the 35 in Victory Lane, that's great. I was just trying to save just a little bit because we didn't really put any tires in the car this weekend, and I said, well, this is definitely a tire track, so I knew I wanted to save up some tire, but the car was so great all the way through.
Well, congratulations. You win the Jim Chippy Susie Memorial Race. Mike is here to present you with the plaque and a good picture of Jimmy on there. Congratulations, Randy.
Yeah, thank you. You know, Jimmy, you know, for people that don't know who Jimmy was, he was, you know, we call him Chippy, so Chippy was just such a great guy. We used to park next to each other at the track all the time and help each other out. No matter what you needed, he was always right there. And it was just such a heartbreak when we lost him. You know, and as far as I and Mike, I think I was 2 years old when he passed away. So, but you know, I got to deal with this guy over here all the time. So, you know, it's an honor to win this race. I've won it a couple times, and now I've won it at 2 different tracks. It means even more to me. It's just, you know, I just can't thank Ames, True Value enough for everything they do for us, bringing us back here year after year. It's amazing. Thank you for taking care of that for us and doing that for us. If you guys haven't shopped there, because every time we stop in there, we just can't believe the amount of stuff. I think my dad's still running the dog bed for his little chihuahuas that he bought out of there, but it's just, you know, thank you everybody. Thank you, Rich and Vanessa, for putting this on, taking care of everything. Just Wiscasset Speedway, all the officials here, all the Nema officials, everybody that puts this on, helps, takes care of this. This is all volunteer work. At the end of the day, no matter what anybody thinks, it's volunteer work. So thank you. And everybody here out in the grandstands that volunteered their time, thank you, because without you guys out here watching us and rooting us on, us trying to put a show on for you guys, you know, we're just a couple of guys running around in a circle. So thank you guys. Thank you for everything you guys do.
Randy Cabral's in Victory Lane with the Nema Lights his first time in 2025, and his teammate, the other Cabral family racing entry, number 35, came awful close, Joey Bailey.
Yeah, that one's bittersweet. Catching your teammate and passing him is one thing, especially when it's Randy. There's a reason why he's the best in business. I showed my nose one time, and he ran a great race, and I thought we would have had him come into the white. I fired it into turn one real as deep as I could, and I pretty much used up everything I had just to get to him. But no, happy we have a 1-2 finish for the Cabral team. Can't thank Glenn enough for giving me the opportunity to run this car for this year. Lenny, Donna Boyd, my dad, for making the trip every week and helping us out. This racetrack, it's amazing, what the support is for Nema from everyone up here in Maine. So can't thank you guys enough for supporting us, and looking forward to coming back.
Congratulations on second place.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
That's Joey Bailey in second place and picks up his award. And here is the guy who finished third. Finally get to talk to him here for a podium finish. A great run for Drew Eldridge. Nice going.
Thank you very much. I'm almost speechless because I went from, I guess it's an underdog thing. I was so bad for years. I was good on dirt. I come to asphalt, and it's been a challenge. And this 2 races ago, I said to a few people, I said, if I don't finish on the lead lap in the next 7 races, I'm hanging it up on asphalt and going back to dirt. And then that race, I had top 5 fastest, finished in 9th. And this week, I guess I'm not quitting anytime soon. Maybe sell the dirt car. So. But my whole life I've waited for this. My grandfather was, champion 4 times, and my father raced through the 90s, 80s, 90s, and my uncle, and it's in our blood. And then I thought for a little while there I may not have it, but this is awesome.
Well, you had it tonight because you were running very strong, and you got third place in the Jimmy Chippy Susie Memorial Race, Drew. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's Drew Eldridge. comes home third in the number 55, and he talked about how, he was ready to go back to racing on dirt, but I think this third place finish kind of cements his future here with Nema in the Nema lights in that number 55. So congratulations to our top three. We'll get their photos taken, and I will echo the sentiments of many of the drivers that we've interviewed here this evening, and that is thanking you, the fans, for inviting us to come back here to Wiscasset Speedway, one of our favorite stops on the schedule each and every year, and we thank you for your hospitality. It has been amazing, and thanks again on behalf of the Northeastern Midget Association. Ken?
All right, thank you, Pete. Folks, nice round of applause for our friends from Nema. We will gladly have them back again in 2026, and always great to see the show that they put on. And we got a couple more races to go to finish up our show tonight. I hear the rumble from the back wall, and here they come, the T&L Automotive Modifieds. The regular distance tonight for the Mod Squad. Lineup has Faith Cleaves out of Pownell in the number 89 to her outside. A tough number when he starts up front. In the number 1 is your reigning champion. That is Adam Chadbourne out of Woolwich. On row number 2, it'll be Jeff Meserve out of Saco in the 44 to his outside. Scott Tucker in the number 79 out of Winthrop. Row number 3, Gary Norris Jr. out of West Gardner in the 03. Your point leader is Chuck Colby in the number 87. Chuck comes into the weekend second in points. I'll get to that kid in just a minute. The number 58 is David Greenleaf. Greenleaf out of Woolwich. Then on the outside of row 4 will be your point leader. That is Reed Reno out of West Bath. Two-time winner already this year. The only repeat winner in this class, who's had 4 different winners so far this year. Reed picking up his second win of the season and taking over the point lead by 2 over Chuck Colby. Then a couple new drivers making their debut this season. Ryan Ripley in the number 09. Two-time champion in his career here at Wiscasset. And certainly knows his way to victory lane. And the reigning Pro All-Star Series modified champion, Dan Brown out of Peru in the number 83.
All right. We have got 30 laps on tap. Faith Cleaves looking for her first career modified win. Adam Chadbourne looking for, 81 now? 80? The big 80. He's having a bit of a slump year compared to how he normally runs. It is wild to think that having 1 win is considered a slump year. But they call him Mr. Smooth for a reason. My modified career didn't last very long yet. But these are great cars, great division. I love seeing this many cars here. Back up to double digits. Lights are out. Going green next time by. Cleaves and Chadbourne. The youngster and the vet. It's going to come down to determination and skill in this one. Heavy hitters coming from the back. Heavy hitters sitting up front. The pace car is off. And we are green. Chadbourne with the jump. Chadbourne clears into 1. Tucker and Meserve fight for that 3rd position. All the heavy hitters stuck out back, just waiting for that to clear up. Up front, Chadbourne and Cleves are checking out. Chuck Colby thought about a 3-wide real quick, backed out of it. Smart play. Up front, Meserve has cleared Tucker. Tucker drifts back, leaves Davy Gravy up on the top side. He's trying to make headway. Ryan Ripley already up a number of positions. Meanwhile, up front, Cleves and Chadbourne still checking out. Speedleaf up to 4th, looking for 3rd up top. Ripley hot on his bumper. Reno hot on his bumper. Speedleaf will clear out of 2 for 3rd position. Brings Ripley and Reno with him. Dan Brown using the top side. He's moving forward. Reno looking high, looking to turn it into a crossover, nothing there. Out back, Colby's looking for some daylight. He's the odd man out to start the race. Up front, still all Chadbourne and Cleves. Ripley looks to this top side of Speedleaf. Ripley's getting some grip. He's up to the quarter. Door. They're going to be heads up out of 2 down the back straight. Ripley looking to clear for 3rd. Can't quite make it yet. Both of them loose out of 4. They're digging. But Ripley will clear into 1. He sets his sight on Cleves for 2nd. Reno looking top side of Speedleaf. Reno having a career year, trying to build on it. Trying to hold on to that point lead. Colby finally getting some daylight. Colby up to 7th. He sets his sight on Dan Brown. Oh, a little contact. Greenleaf and Reno. But Reno will clear into 1, up to 4th. Up front, still all Adam Chadbourne, Mr. Smooth. 1/3 of the way to 80. Cleves looking for her first podium, and I'm pretty sure years. Ken's the historian. He can pull it right out of a hat like nothing. I'm pretty sure it's 3 years. Reno, he's closing the gap on Ripley. He's showing that he's young, but he's got what it takes. Reno a little sideways out of 4. That kid likes a loose race car. I've seen him sideways many a time and never falters. Colby's made a surge. He passes Greenleaf for 5th. Look away for 1 second and Colby just on the move. Fastest car on the track right now is still Adam Chadbourne. But Colby and Ripley are right there on lap times. Ripley up to the bumper of Faith. As we come to the halfway mark, she goes into defense mode. She's got a goal line defense going. Protecting that bottom well. Ripley looks up top. He gets it up to the quarter out of 2. She clears him again, but Ripley's gonna get that momentum built. Trying to get it rolling top side. It's tougher to work the top when the car under you is pretty fast, but he inches his way forward. Faith Cleves having the day of her career in modifieds. Holding strong with some big, big dogs. Oh, we got a slow one in 4. Gary Norris off the pace. Gary's not a rookie in modifieds by any mean, but he's new to it this year. Back from a long hiatus. Still, we got Ripley all over the back of Cleves. We got Colby now all over the back of Reno. Reno sideways at it too. Colby's got to get out of it. Colby looks topside on Reed, looking for that 4th position. Meanwhile, Ripley still all over Cleves, and she is fighting strong. That girl's digging today. I'm proud. 10 laps to go. Chadbourne, Cleves, Ripley. But 4th is up for grabs right now. Reno and Colby. 2 names that have been set at this track for many, many years. Duking it out for that 4th position. Reno sideways, slides up the track. They keep it off one another, but race hard. Cleves building a little gap on Ripley. Meanwhile, Colby's closing that gap to Ripley. Ripley's starting to get a little sideways. Out front, it's the Mr. Smooth show. Coming up to lap traffic. Got Jeff Meserve in his sights. Sturgis waving that blue and yellow flag. Ripley looks topside, looks to make it into a crossover. Cleves protects low. When you start protecting low like that, it murders your speed into 3. But when your car's hooked up, you can do what she's doing. She's doing it well. There you go. Nice wide in the middle. Good solid drive out. Face still looking strong as they come to 5 to go. Chadbourne, Cleves, Ripley, Colby, Reno. Colby looking to set up Ripley. Looking high. He's going to leave it topside. He's got 4 laps to get it done. Put this thing on the podium. Cleves building up a 2-car length advantage over Ripley. Colby to the outside of Ripley. He's looking to take the 3rd final podium spot away. Passing flag wave for Scott Tucker. He's all over the place, but Chadbourne finds the gap. Coming to 2 to go. Down the back, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th still up for grabs. It belongs to Cleves. Ripley looking low. Cleves shuts the door, contact, and Cleves goes around. No yellow. There it is. The drive of her life comes 2 laps short. Just aggressive racing at the end of the race. Nothing malicious, it just stings. I'm sure she's in that car just absolutely heartbroken and crushed. I'm crushed. I'm sure a lot of people in the pits and the stands are crushed. Ripley did try backing out of it. I could see it from here. That's just hard racing at the end of a feature, man. But we're going to line them up, stack them up. We're set up for a good old-fashioned green-white checkered. We only got 1 attempt at this, don't we? Oh, we'll go as many as we need. This isn't even iRacing rules. We will pull the lap cars, though. Give the front runners a chance to duke it out. I think we're about to have a race. Chadbourne, Colby, Ripley, Reno. Colby was strong at the end of that, but Chadbourne looking for 80, been strong all race. Lights are out. As a spotter in iRacing would say, this is our first attempt at a green-white checkered. The pace car gets ready. The pace car's off. The green flag's out. Chadbourne with the jump. He's going to clear Colby out of 2. Ripley bottoms out. That cost him a bunch of grip. Reno surges on the top side. Colby surging on the top side. White flag in the air. Chadbourne with a car length. The battle's for second. That time, give it to Ripley. Colby battling back on the top. The battle's for second and third. Who's it going to be? Checkered ways. Ripley washes up. Reno looks low. It's going to be Chadbourne, Colby, Ripley, Reno, Dan Brown, David Greenleaf, Faith Cleaves, Gary Norris Jr., Scott Tucker, and Jeff Meserve. What a race.
Yeah, there's some names you've heard for over 50 years here at Wiscasset Speedway. Colby's, Ripley's, Reno's, Chadbourne's.
And they're still going strong.
Still going strong. Nice race to the end, and a benchmark win for the 7-time champion. And also takes over the point lead unofficially with this win, with the top 3 drivers in this class separated by just 4 points. This guy has had a lot of wins in his career here at Wiscasset Speedway, and this is one of those benchmark wins for him as he picks up career win number 80. 80 wins for Mr. Smooth for the 7-time champion. The second winningest driver in this track's history. And a rare opportunity to start up front, but I'm sure he wouldn't pass it up any chance he gets. And what a race from Chuck Colby. Was deep in the field through the first half of the race and overpowered him around the outside. It was go time for Colby. And Ryan Ripley with a wild dash out of turn 4 to grab the 3rd spot just ahead of Reed Reno. One more race to go as the Portland Glass Strictly Streets are ready, and Logan's going to grab the weapon, and let's get a word from our winner.
All right, Mr. Smooth, I can now call you Mr. Number 80. Sir, I told you earlier I wanted to see you down here, so I love interviewing you. And now here you are, buddy. What are you going to say? 80 wins in your career. What do you got, man?
Man, what an incredible journey. We've had such a good time, had a lot of good help, a lot of friends, family. I really couldn't ask for a better team.
Yeah, you guys got a good one, and it shows week in and week out. You're just good people, and you guys know what it takes.
Yeah, thanks. I gotta thank my sponsors: Central Main Seal Coating, Dresden Takeout, Kathy's Corner, Lynn Spring Service, Midcoast Glass and Windows, Oliveri Subaru Repair, Montwig Restaurant, Norm's Used Cars, Shoreline Detail Pros, Koenig's Auto Clinic, Shop to Shore, Carpentry, Bearded Builders, Wiscasset Bath, and Booth Bay Napa. And thank you everybody for coming tonight.
All right, there he is, Adam Chadbourne, career win number 80. Guy's been in victory lane 714 times, still needs a cheat sheet. All right, one of the drives of the day. Very impressive race. Chuck Colby, you come from the back, get mired up early, but it didn't matter, man. Once you got some clean track, this thing was on rails, and you were driving the wheels off of it. Chuck, what did it take to get up here into the podium, man?
Lately, I have no idea. We just luckily after the heat race, we went over a few things because we bent a few things in the front end, and we straightened it out. And I don't know, we changed a few things around, and then just hope for the best. And it did. It went good.
No, it looked good. Whatever you guys found and figured out, you fixed it right.
Yeah, hopefully we can just keep it that way for the next one. But it's hard starting behind those other cars and the way they line us up and stuff. And it always gets me in a bad lane, so I don't have a good shot to run clean. So, but it is what it is. And congratulate Adam on his win again, and then Ryan for third.
So on a day like this, where you're bringing home a trophy and your boy isn't, do you ever rub it into his face?
Lately he's been getting a lot of them. So, no, not lately, but he has. But I got a lot more than him, so.
You always got to make sure he knows.
Catch up.
All right, Chuck, who do you got for sponsors? Who do you got for people on this machine?
I'd like to thank Nick Huff for lettering the car, Colby's Auto Center and Tire, Kramer & Sons Excavation, Casey's Cleaning, Burgess Fabrication for building the car, did a nice job on it, and Riley's Well Drilling. So
Alrighty. Your second place finisher in the 87, Chuck Colby. Coming to play here on the coast again. He's no stranger to victory lane whenever he does show up. Ryan, great race, great car, it looked good. Little contact at the end, totally incidental. I had it up there, man. You did what you had to do. You could do what you could do, but tough spot. They made the right call, and here you are on the victory lane, man.
I appreciate that. Honestly, I thought I got under it, and she come down on me, and that's what I thought. But you know, I appreciate the call. I thought that was the right call. I gotta thank Audrey. She was my other son, my better half, for getting me here. She's been pushing me to go, so I love her. And got my two sons, Bodie and Braxton. Andy come out of retirement for the Ripley clan. I got my Uncle Wayne spotting for me. Norm's used cars. He helps a lot on this. My dad and my mom, my grandfather let me use the truck to come here, haul it. Just a great, you guys put on a great show. Love being back.
Oh, it's good to have you back here, man. You gonna keep coming back any more this year?
We'll see. I got a few people trying to make it hard on me to come back, but we'll be back.
All right, we'll be ready for you. Is that all you got for us, Ryan?
I think so. I think that's it.
All righty, your third place finisher, the T&L Automotive Modifieds, the 09 of Ryan Ripley. I don't know about you, Ken, but I'm ready to watch an absolute pile of street stocks do this again.
Hey, let's do it. Let's roll out our final feature of the night. It is the Portland Glass Strictly Streets. Feature number 2. Go 30 laps again for their second feature race of the night as we work on making up rained out races from early on this season. Only lost about 5 weeks of racing in the first half of the year, and throughout the rest of the season we'll be throwing in double features for divisions to get them all caught up. All right, your lineup for this one has Matt Venot at the point in the 98, Braden Romano in the 78, Donnie Fletcher in the 88, Ethan Dinsmore in the 8X, Dan Morton in the 00M, Amara Parker starts 6th in the number 3. Then comes Ray Dinsmore, the 3rd in the number 81, Scotty Wiggin in the number 26 out of Somersworth, New Hampshire, Ryan Easonsey in the 49, Sean the 13, Andrew Glenn is in the 57, Landon Tapley in the 25, Justin Galliu in the number 43, Scott Eck in the number 27, he's one of your most recent winners, Dan Trask, the Cowboy, in car number 3, starts 15th. Your point leader, Zach Emerson, starts in 16th in the number 23, Mac Hannon Jr. in the 08, Chaz Briggs in the 82, Mike Delano in the 27, Dale Lawrence in the 2, Dan McCaig Jr., your reigning champion in the Naughty 40, Chuck Wagstaff in the 31, Ben Burgess, your race winner number 1 today in the 7B, Clyde Hennessy in the 2X, Josh St. Clair in Lightning McQueen, the number 95, Joe Harriman in the 20, Phil Main Jr. in the 99, Matt Mingo in the 12M, Tyler Dinsmore in the 12, Logan, all 29 cars answering the bell for race number 2.
I didn't predict it, but I'm glad it happened. I think we're in for a wild one. Because only once you survive the first one, the gloves come off for the second one. The lights are going down, the sun's going down.
they're confirming starting positions on a couple cars.
Yeah, you get that when you have this many on these big jobs. All the heavy hitters still coming from the back. So we're set up for a wild race. All right, we got the command to cross them up down the back. And we still have over 26, so we're going 30 laps, right? Yes, sir.
Yeah, 30 laps again. They got a little incentive hanging out there. If they get more than 26 cars, they get the 5 bonus laps and a little bit bigger payout too.
I was gonna say the purse gets up a little bit, and that's nice as a driver.
Yeah. We do have fixed purses here at Wiscasset Speedway, but the more cars you get, the more that payout goes up. So these guys have been doing their homework and bringing in a lot of cars. 29 cars ready to take the green flag for Street Stock feature number 2. Vinod and Romano get the green, and we're off. Double wide all the way back through the field. Keep an eye on those heavy hitters deep in the field. This is when they got to be patient. You're going to have cars filtering back. You're going to have cars filtering forward. 3 wide into turn number 1. Dinsmore backs out in the 81 to let him save it. And a log jam at the back of the field coming through turn 1 and 2. Hey, Amara Parker coming up the outside and into 4th. But then around she goes, and we got a couple cars up to the wall. That one started with contact between the 88 of Donnie Fletcher and the 3 of Amara Parker.
We're gonna be yellow, but we got a couple up in the wall. It looks like we got Emery, and I'm not sure who the second car is. That is Scott Eck, your winner a couple weeks ago. Looks like Matt Mangu's around. A couple more around in turn 1. Matt Mingo, his first career year racing. He's out of the tech shack as a little helper boy. Now he's running his dad's street stock. They grow up so fast. But we are 2 laps down, 28 to go. We got our first big incident of the night in any division, really.
Did manage to get the first 2 laps in the books. I believe that's Sean Emery up at the wall in turn number 2, and our first Pro Body Works cleanup and a feature this afternoon. Got a couple cars got to get pointed back in the right direction. That's Mike Delano in the 27. Amara Parker got it turned around and believes she'll be able to drive on, but unfortunately called in that wreck. As I said, started between Parker in the 3 and Fletcher in the 88.
Yeah, I'm going to have to give him some advice Monday at work.
He's had a great day, but in the weeds there early on in that one. So 2 laps complete.
But hey, it is part of the learning curve, man. Once you officially starting up front, it goes from just driving for 30 laps to absolute chaos.
Clyde Hennessy heading down pit road. I think he may have a left front tire down on the number 2X.
That is the best street stock driver name. Clyde Hennessy.
Yeah, Clyde actually usually comes up here just to run the Strictly Shootout. He's actually finished on the podium in the race a couple years ago and running down here with us today.
No idea yet on the extent of Emery's damage, but after he hit the wall like that, I imagine the right front tire is no longer a part of that race car.
Yeah, Scott Eck got a piece of that as well in the 27, but I believe they're working on his car.
You got to remember, these street stocks, they're still held together, like, say, the ball joints and the tie rods and all the steering linkage. That's all factory stuff, or stuff you're going to go get at Napa. I mean, it's not like it's hardened high-end racing components like a Pro Stock or late model or modified is going to have. So these pieces, they don't take quite the same hit. And when you hit those concrete barriers, just take my word on it from experience, a race car is never going to win that battle. Them barriers, they don't move and they break stuff. In that order. And it just proves the theory that the great Jeremy Clarkson has once said. Speed has never hurt anybody. It's suddenly becoming stationary. That's what gets you. Matt Venot leading his first laps of the season. I do poke fun at him because he's got the only automatic race car at this racetrack. Somebody get that boy a clutch pedal and a manual. Wagstaff looking to build on his great day. He's trying to work his way through the pack after starting way out back. There's already a good chunk of cars behind him. Harriman and Burgess. Looks like Harriman's not made the same progress forward. Burgess hasn't made quite as much progress as Wagstaff, but they are moving up. Delano, I'm pretty sure this is his first start on the year. Nah, after you do the old spin-a-rooney, you don't normally get your spot back. Yeah, he's up there on hopes and dreams. All right, the car's hooked up. It's going off on the backstretch. We'll do some finishing touches on the cleanup. Pro Bodyworks cleanup. Again, we are just 2 laps complete. 28 to go. 1/15 of the race. All right, cleanup looks to be complete.
Yeah, just pulling out the 27 of Mike Delano and getting him back a few spots.
So you don't spin out at 22nd and wind up in 10th?
If no one's paying attention, yeah.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Has Zach Emerson won yet this year? So I don't think we've had a Monte Carlo take a checkered flag yet.
Yeah, Zach coming into the weekend as the point leader, but not via a win. Actually, he's only been on the podium once this year, but he's been right up in the top 10 for every race.
Now, you get a division with 14, 15 cars. Top 10s don't sound that good. But when you have almost 30 cars, pulling top 10s is a big deal.
Yeah, we have not had a repeat winner in this class this season. 5 races, actually now 6 races, 6 different winners.
Ben Burgess.
Oh, Ben Burgess to repeat. Yeah, my bad. So, yeah, Ben's the only one to repeat. So, 5 different winners in 6 races.
If you knew how many times I have heard him called 2-time on iRacing, now it's 2-time in street stocks. I'm never going to hear the end of it.
All right, think we're all set. Cleanup is complete. Putting the finishing touches on the lineup.
Big enough cars out here. This looks like an Enduro. All right, looks like Gayu and what is that? Dan Trask having trouble finding their spots. Old cowboy.
All right, lineup is all set. Cross the cars up and get ready to race. 2 laps complete. feel pretty strung out, so we'll cross them up, but stay under caution pace one more time around.
That's a smart play. Otherwise, there would be some chaos, man.
Now we're lights out. These guys will have one more big tune-up race the weekend of the Boss Hog 150. That's always a big turnout for that one, and it's a qualifier for the Strictly Shootout as well. Let's get back to it. Green is out. They will hustle down the back chute. Once again, Brady Romano, slight edge around the outside of Matt Venot. They're starting to go 3 wide back in the pack. St. Clair and Wiggin, and St. Clair squeezes in right underneath Scotty Wiggin. Brady Romano off the pace up on the high side. He's getting knocked all over the place. St. Clair drives around all of them. Here comes Lightning McQueen. St. Clair dodging a ton of traffic. Up on the high side is everybody now chasing Landon Tapley in the 25. Matt Venot still holding on to second, but Ethan Dinsmore able to drive around him to take over that spot. First 6 in the books. Will make it 7 by the line this time. Brady Romano has had enough. The 78's going to tap out early with 7 complete. Landon Tapley was on the podium 2 weeks ago, but still looking for his first win here in a street stock in 2025. Landon's got 2 career wins, and one of them was in a street stock last year. Running 3 divisions here at Wiscasset Speedway. Front 3 looks solid. Zach Emerson is now in the clear, running in 3rd. Venot trying to hold on in the top 5. Started front row, and he's now running in 4th with Ryan Easonsee, Ray Dinsmore, Dan Morton, Chaz Briggs. Big wad of cars, 3 wide, coming out of turn 4. Josh St. Clair once again, high, wide, and handsome, coming down the back chute. 3 wide is paying off for the former champion. St. Clair now up to 8th and on the move still. Things starting to get sorted out up there. Ryan Easonsee has now grabbed 4th. Venot back to 5th. Morton and St. Clair side by side for 6th. Tapley's got a big lead, and he's at halfway this time by. 15 down, 15 to go. Trouble up into turn number 2. Turn number 1, that is. Chaz Briggs goes around. Dan Morton was up there, and a host of others will bring out the second caution of the race. as we back it up to the last completed green flag lap, puts us right at halfway with 15 complete.
I'll tell you what, man, watching Josh St. Clair go up in the third groove from up in the booth, it's wild. It is absolutely insane.
Yeah, first 15 laps, he's raced from 23rd starting position up to 4th in 15 laps.
It's wild. You get so close. He's literally on track exit, and he's just making it work somehow.
Ray Dinsmore able to drive away, but he heads down pit road. Couple others able to exit the scene.
57 of Andrew Glenn looks like he's got some pretty extensive damage on that.
Yeah, he's the lone car left up there to the top of turn 1 and 2.
He was late to the party on that wreck.
Yeah, I think he tried to squeeze it around the outside right up against the wall and ran out of room. Dan Morton with some damage on the right side.
The creamsicle.
And there goes the 43 down pit road right behind him. Justin Gallieu had been running in 16th at the time. So another Pro Bodyworks cleanup up there. Dave Knowles and the crew from AC towing back to work. That's been a busy spot tonight up there in turn 1 and 2.
That caution falls at the exact halfway mark. So the law of averages says we may have 2 more cautions, but we may have none more. Landon Tapley definitely did not want to see that. He had an extensive lead. 1.6 seconds it looks like. Ethan Dinsmore having a great race. But now it's a whole new ball game. Looks like Chaz Briggs is going to tuck down pit road. Maybe not. Putting the final touches on the tow truck to the Glen machine.
Don't forget, folks, back in action next Saturday with a 3 o'clock start time as we welcome back Group 1 with Pro Stocks, Super Streets, Thunder 4 Minis, 4-cylinder Pros, and the 207 Crate Modifieds. Plus, our friends from the Senior Tour Auto Racers are in the house, and the makeup race for the 350 Smack Super Modified. So a stacked program. Pit gate will open up at 10 o'clock. Grandstands 12 noon for the VIPs, season ticket holders. 1 p.m. for general admission, and green flag flies on the action at 3 o'clock next Saturday. Still just $5 to get in, as always.
That's a lot of racing for $5.
Yes, sir.
And you get to watch me drive a Pro Stock. I mean, what more could you ask for?
Why not? All right, car goes off on the hook. I believe lineup is all set. Sean Kimball, the race director, up here in the tower tonight for Group 2 as always. Dave Sturgis up on the flag stand. Mike Carlton is always over there in turn 1 and 2. Sean Dickinson on the backstretch. We're missing Nate Sennett tonight. Nate got stuck down in North Carolina, wasn't able to get a flight up here in time. Been away on vacation, catching all kinds of NASCAR stuff down there. And thanks to the storms yesterday, canceled his flight and couldn't get back today. So we'll catch Nate next week. Halfway, 15 down, 15 to go. Lead pair now, Landon Tapley in the 25, Ethan Dinsmore in the 8. And how about row 2? A couple of champs right behind him. Zach Emerson in the 23. Josh St. Clair from 23rd up to 4th for this restart. Green is out once again. Dan McCaig's been making up a lot of ground as well in the 40s, up from 22nd, just outside the top 10. Mac Hannon in the 08 has ran a good patient race. St. Clair up to 3rd, Hannon around Emerson into 4th. That shuffles Emerson back to 5th. Here goes Josh up on the high side, going for 2nd. Ethan Dinsmore running one of the best races he's had in the street stocks. Able to power it around. Lightning McQueen is now up to 2nd. Mac Hannon up from 17th into 4th. Looking to get into the top 3 now with 10 laps to go. Landon Tapley trying to get his first win of 2025. And trying to become the 6th different winner in this class this season. He's got a tall order. There goes Dinsmore dropping a spot. Mac Hannon moves up to 3rd. Hannon another big mover. Ben Burgess has made up a lot of ground as well. Burgess started 26th. He's up to 8th now. Gonna come down to this lead pair as the laps are winding down. We'll go 24 complete this time by the line. We are headed into bonus time now. 25 laps down, 5 to go this time by. There goes Dan Morton. He'll drop out once again and head down pit road. Dan McCaig able to get into the top 5. McCaig now into 4th. Next time by to be 2 laps to go for Landon Tapley and Josh St. Clair. Popsicle sticks up, 2 laps to go. A lot of craziness going on mid-pack right now. Somebody's caught in the middle and dropping fast. It's the 23 of Zach Emerson, your point leader, has thrown anchor here on these final 2 laps. Final charge into turn number 3. Here comes St. Clair on the high side. Can't make it stick. Landon Tapley will take the win. Landon Tapley gets the win, holding off St. Clair. Tapley started the race back in 12th to take the win. St. Clair, he only started back in 23rd to finish second. Third goes to Mac Hannon Jr. He started 17th and finishes third. Fourth place to Dan McCaig Jr. Dan started 22nd and finishes fourth. Ethan Densmore with his first top 5 finishes 5th. Dan Trask finishes in 6th. Ben Burgess from 26th to finish 7th. Joe Harriman from 25th to finish 8th. Dale Lawrence, 21st to finish 9th. And Scott Eck rounds out your top 10. So we had a lot of movers and shakers here in this second Strictly race. As we set things up in Coastal Auto Parts Victory Lane for one more time. I want to thank you guys for joining us here on this beautiful night for racing. Hope you guys had a good time, and I do want to remind you as you're heading out, keep the speed for the Speedway. And we want to remind you, please do not text and drive. Your message from your friends at the Maine Bureau of Highway Safety. Keep an eye on the website, wiscassetspeedway.com, for all the official results from tonight's racing, plus the race day schedule for next Saturday. As I said, we got a stacked card of racing for you, so hope you can come back and enjoy it with us and bring along an extra friend that may not have been here for a while or maybe hasn't shared the excitement of short track racing. Always good to introduce new people to Wiscasset Speedway and racing. And we are going to send things down one more time to Coastal Auto Parts Victory Lane, and an eventful race for these guys. Dad, one of the first ones there to congratulate Landon. And let's send things down to Logan Melcher one more time.
All right, thanks, Ken. Landon Tapley, big win, first one on the year. Family's all pumped up, he's pumped up. Had to hold off one of the best in the business to do it. We call those hard-earned wins, baby. Landon Tapley. Landon, you're a winner here. Buddy, fantastic race. You come from 12th, get all the way up to the lead. You got to hold off Lightning McQueen himself, and you didn't falter once. You held on perfectly. You drove perfectly, man. How are you feeling right now, dude?
I'm feeling pretty good after beating Josh. I know Josh he's a hell of a driver, and I knew he was coming quick, and I just had to stay out front and keep driving, keep my head forward. So I'm happy to be here.
Hell yeah, man. I mean, you say he was coming quick. You were pretty fast, man. He wasn't coming that quick, dude.
I know, but he's got a lot more horsepower than we do, so I knew he was going to be better on the straights than we were. So, I'm happy.
All right, man. Landon, you got a bunch of sponsors on this. I'm sure they're on 2 other cars that are in the pits. They're at home. What do you got for sponsors? What do you got for people, man? I know it's a list.
I got to thank my mom, my dad, MG and Cherie, especially MG. He's on the radio with me every week. He's the one that keeps me calm, keeps my head forward. So thanks to him. Thanks to my buddy Marshall, Colby, my nana, my papa, my girlfriend, her sister, my sister. She bitched at me for not getting enough credit last week. So thanks to my sister. Sammy's Family Entertainment, House of Water Treatment, Sioux Forest Santa Grabber, Chucker Chevrolet, EG & Sons Heavy Equipment Truck Repair LLC, PB&J Storage Bully Box, Schooner Bay Transport, Sioux Forest Santa Grabber, Broad Cove Builders, and I'm missing a few. Coastal Race Fab. I know I'm missing a few, but thank you guys. Appreciate you.
All right. Your feature winner of Street Stocks number 2, Landon Tapley. All right. No stranger to Victory Lane. But we haven't seen Lightning McQueen in Victory Lane yet this year. Josh, you come a long way back. You made it interesting. You made him work for it, man. How did it feel to get the street stock back out here on the track today?
Oh, it's always great to bring Lightning out. It's really quick car. Lightning, does his thing. That racing 3 wide from the back of the pack up on the outside there, I mean, there's times it gets really scary, but it's a friggin' ball out there, just driving the snot out of the things. We can't do that on them big tires. It's over in a few minutes. But I got to get a shout out to Ken Boise. He passed away this week. he was on our race team with the 23 and then the 33 Super Street, and heartfelt to their family and everyone involved with that. And I lost my grandmother a few weeks back, and we really miss her. She was a root of our family, built this place to a part of what it is today. We really miss her and we love her, and this one was for her. I wish I could have got that P1, but we'll get one for her before it's over.
Oh, I'm sure you will. If there's anybody at this racetrack that's going to do it, it's going to be you, man.
Yeah, I'm coming next week for it.
Oh, you're going to have to get through me, man. I don't know if you know this. I'm built a little different here. All right, dude. This thing, I tell you what, from the booth, watching this go 3 wide, you're closer to this front stretch wall than we get to that back stretch wall racing Pro Stocks, man. It's wild to see. But you got to have some sponsors. You got to have some people. What do you got?
Yeah, I got to thank Dave's World, my guys, my wife, Lainey and Max. They sacrificed a lot of time without me around to do this stuff. I got a pile of sponsors with my Pro Stock and my late model and everything else that I've had over the years. But this thing is us. We do it. We race it hard, and we're here to have fun. That's why we come today, to have some fun. 30 cars every week with these guys. That's pretty awesome. So that's why we're here. Thank you.
Alrighty, that was Josh St. Clair and Lightning McQueen, your second place finisher. Always giving us a good show when this car comes out. All right, third place, Matt Cannon. Always a strong runner, always a front runner. Tell us, dude, what did it take to get this Fisher-Plows Camaro up here onto the podium today?
A lot of work. Knowing there was double features, we kind of had somewhat of a game plan. You know, we got to survive the first one. It was getting pretty wild because you got 29 cars, you know, so you got to really be patient and just see what you can get. And yeah, the second one we just went for it. So.
Well, it looks like you did it right because you're bringing a trophy home with you today.
Yeah, we'll take it. I'm pretty excited. Starting 17th and having to really pick a way through, and some craziness up in there, but we survived.
Yeah, dude, any day you pass 14 cars, bring home hardware. That's a good day. All right, Mac, what do you got for sponsors on this?
So first of all, Fisher Engineering, huge help, supporting us every year, doing the pink plow for breast cancer and doing all that. So we got Fish Plows, On the Road Trailers, Moonrise Confections, Lakeside Performance, Unit Redemption, Daisy Valley Racing, Sania Maine, Soundins, Body and Fender, Sisu Masonry, Ogan Park Lanes, JJ's Garage, Chasing the Checkered, and ASA Sales. And my family and team, you know, they stand behind us every week, and they, you know, we can come play, and so I really appreciate all of them.
All right, is that all you got for us today, Mac?
And thank you, Wisconsin Speedway. I mean, there's a reason we got 28 cars. You know, Rich and Vanessa poured their heart and souls out for us, and it proves that when you can have 28, 29 Strickleys.
It definitely does. There's no better place in the entire world, in my opinion, than Wisconsin Speedway. Matt Cannon, fantastic race. The top 3, we had Landon Tapley, your winner, Josh St. Clair, Lightning McQueen second, Matt Cannon third, and that's going to wrap up a fantastic night of racing here at Wisconsin Speedway.
All right, thank you. Hey, nice round of applause for my buddy Logan Melcher for filling in tonight. Thank you, buddy. Always appreciate it. All right. Time to put it back in the garage, Logan. Anyway, we want to thank you guys again for coming and joining us on a busy night of racing. Hope you had a good time, and we want to make sure you have a great rest of your weekend as well. So one final time on behalf of Richard and Vanessa Jordan and the entire staff, thank you for coming. Please travel safely, and we'll see you next week.
Living in the moment, cause I only got right now. Short life in the fast lane, yeah, but I live in a slow town. I learned everything the hard way, everybody gotta fall down. Yeah, life's full of good days, but sometimes it's a rain cloud. Welcome to real life, this is what it feels like. Sometimes there's a storm cloud, it's not always a clear sky. Ain't always sunshine and rainbows, most times you wait till the bang go. And I need the strength for a tough life. change, nothing changes. Why stay the same? It's so basic, that's why I feel so alone. When I'm in a room full of faces and they all smiling at me, with lies they hide behind teeth. They got their knives in their sleeves. That's why I always gotta be living in the moment, 'cause I only got right now. Short life in the fast lane, yeah, I live in a slow town. I learned everything the hard way. Everybody gotta fall down. Yeah, life's full of good days, but sometimes it's a rain cloud. So I'm ready for the good and bad, 'cause life ain't served on the prettiest platter. So I stay worried when it just don't matter. You can let it all go and keep climbing the ladder, yeah. I think I've been here, how about you? It all seems so familiar like deja vu, or a memory of me when I was young and foolish. Thank God that I learned from the scrapes and bruises, yeah. Sometimes the rain will come falling, gotta take care of the garden and learn to go with the flow. It's just like the waves in the water. You try to fight, it gets harder when you just need to relax. Just try to breathe and get back and leave the past in the past. Start living in the moment, 'cause you only got right now. Short life in the fast lane, yeah, but I live in a slow town. I learned everything the hard way. Everybody gotta fall down. Yeah, life's full of good days, but sometimes it's a rain cloud. Say why you trying to fight, it's just the way it goes. You just gotta decide whether you stay or fold. Just take the hand you were given and work with what you have. Whether you like it or not, you gon' take it good or bad. So start living in the moment, 'cause you only got right now. Short life in the fast lane, yeah, but I live in a slow town.